Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Escaped Rias Peerage. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Rossweiss stood at the podium and welcomed everyone to Rossweisseville, thanking Rias Peerage and Sona Citri for their generous support. She explained that the town was dedicated to all who lived in or visited the Asgard countryside and that its modern facilities, from the 100 yen shop hall to the Great Academy of Magic, would bring the area closer to the rest of the world. Rias, president of the Occult Research Club, stood to Rossweiss' left and Sona, student council president, to her right. The town had been named to fulfill Rossweiss' wish. Before joining the Kuo Academy staff and the Occult Research Club, Rossweiss had served Odin and, after experiencing life in Japan, she dreamed of bringing that experience back home. During the club's search for Rossweiss' birthplace, they had found an abandoned village with many buildings in good condition, and with help from both the Peerage and Citri families they rehabilitated it. Rossweiss had planned most of the details, and the project had taken 6 months thanks to the efforts of the males from Rias and Sona's groups, including Issei, Kiba, Gasper, and Saji. After Rossweiss finished, Sona took the podium and described her contribution. Sona expressed pride in Rossweiss' work as a civics instructor at Kuo Academy, acknowledged her own partial contribution, and announced the opening of the Tactics Institute alongside Rossweiss' Great Academy of Magic. The institute would train devils, angels, and other mythical beings, Sona emphasized, and discrimination against beginners would be outlawed. She encouraged everyone to apply and assured them of the high quality of instruction. Rias then spoke about her pride in having Rossweiss in her peerage and about the resort she would open in Rossweisseville. Rias announced the Peerage Gala, a full-service resort offering a casino, recreational facilities, lodging, and fine dining, and mentioned a limited series of events where visitors could meet members of her peerage. She invited everyone to visit the resort to relax and rejuvenate. The audience responded with applause and cheers, and many people hurried into the town as Rossweiss officially opened it. The 100 yen shop hall filled almost instantly as shoppers packed the aisles and shelves emptied quickly. Only members of the Occult Research Club and the Student Council remained behind. Issei had slept through the dedication. He had done much of the tedious labor during the construction and was exhausted. Asia wiped drool from his mouth and smiled at his sleeping pose, calling him spoiled. Kaneko offered to help restore his energy, and Ravel insisted that, as his manager, she would take responsibility for him. Akino and Kiba were blocked by fans who recognized them and wanted immediate photo opportunities at the Peerage Gala. Akino laughed that she was overwhelmed by her popularity and reassured the crowd that she would accept their requests. Saji, who had also done heavy construction work, stayed awake through the ceremony and handled the cleanup. Sona approached him and told him it was time to take down the decorations and put away the podium, and Saji immediately set to work. With the opening speeches finished, Rias invited the Occult Research Club to help staff the Peerage Gala and promote the resort. The club, known for its accomplishments against various factions, followed Rias into the venue. As they entered, the scent of new carpet and upholstery greeted them. They moved through a quiet entrance foyer decorated with benches, tables, and a large waterfall fountain in the center, ready to begin their duties. To the left of the foyer were the check-in and check-out desks. To the right was the service counter. Straight ahead, a long hall displayed directional signs guiding guests to different venues at the Peerage Gala. As Rias walked down the hall, Issei looked around in shock at how much money Rias and her family had invested in the resort. Following Rias's heritage, most of the resort was decorated in various shades of crimson. Issei marveled at how well the Peerage family understood the essence of high class. The Occult Research Club entered one of the conference rooms. The space was hung with red drapery and multiple chandeliers, and the walls held paintings celebrating the Peerage family's achievements, including depictions of the Great War. Rias had everyone take a seat while she stood at the podium to make her announcement. Rias explained that the resort was one of their crowning achievements alongside their hotel in Kyoto and Kuo Academy. Because the resort was built in a remote location and few people knew about it, Rias and Surzek's would be working on-site to promote the venue during the grand opening PRD, while Surzek's group would handle traveling promotions. Rias added that they would showcase the resort's venues, entertainment, and activities and ensure smooth operation during the opening month. Rias then unsealed a box and continued the announcement, saying she had already assigned jobs and that everyone could tell their role by their uniform. She presented the uniforms, and the group took them and dressed. After everyone changed, they regrouped in the foyer to inspect each other's outfits. Rias wore a business suit and glasses and explained that she would handle administrative affairs to keep the resort running flawlessly. Issei noted that she was their president. Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko had flashy costumes for the photo booth, and Aquino playfully invited Issei to stop by the booth after his work. Aquino also wished him luck and suggested they take a photo together before they returned home. Issei was left flustered and could not form a proper response. Asia and Gasper were dressed in hotel uniforms as attendants who would perform room service. Issei complimented both of them, and Asia thanked him warmly. Zenobia and Irina wore slightly more stylish versions of the attendant uniforms to serve in the casino. Zenobia initially complained about the fit, and Irina explained that her wings made the uniform feel tight. Zenobia teased her about it and then adjusted to the new look. Ravel wore an administrative uniform similar to Rias and would assist with paperwork and staffing decisions. Rossweisseville would not be working at the gala and was assigned to City Hall instead. When Issei asked what his job would be, Asia and Rias presented a large mirror. Issei froze when he saw his own outfit: white overalls with no collar, bow tie, or decoration, and the fabric felt thick and rugged compared to the others' uniforms. Kiba and Aquino announced that, since he was the strongest member of the group, Issei would serve as the handyman. He would handle technical requests, perform repairs, clean common areas such as the conference room and dining halls, wash building facades, and trim the resort's vegetation. Overwhelmed by the assignment, Issei fainted to the floor. He regretted not getting a more glamorous role but knew he had to step up. Rias acknowledged his concerns only briefly and then moved on to other duties. Work began. At the photo booth, Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko handled long lines of enthusiastic fans. Aquino attracted many admirers, Kiba had a steady stream of guests, and Kaneko drew devoted fans eager for photographs. Asia and Gasper moved through the resort serving tea and assisting guests with check-in luggage. Guests were often kind and helped Asia when she struggled with heavy bags. Gasper found himself frequently misidentified by other guests, which led to some awkward but harmless moments. In the casino room, Zenobia and Irina were in high demand due to their appearance among the waitstaff. Zenobia, who had mocked the uniform's fit earlier, now felt the strain of high heels and a style she was not used to, and she stumbled occasionally. By the end of the day, both Zenobia and Irina had made countless trips back and forth to the refreshments counter. Rias and Ravel focused on paperwork. Rias estimated maintenance needs and consulted officials about rules and regulations, while Ravel reviewed job applications and made final hiring decisions. Meanwhile, Issei reported to a strict head handyman who addressed the team firmly, stating that their goal was to make President Rias Gremery proud. Since the hotel and resort ratings depended directly on the staff's performance, the head handyman insisted on perfection and made it clear that no one under him would be dismissed until the results met his standards. The staff answered in unison that they understood. He stepped up to Issei, tapped him sharply on the cheek in a brisk, anime-style reprimand, and warned that he would wipe the smile from his face by the end of the day. Issei acknowledged the warning and went to work. The head handyman assigned everyone to wash nearly 500 square meters of windows. Because he knew about Issei's dragon power, he gave Issei twice as many windows to wash as the others. After a couple of hours he inspected the work. He praised several workers and sent them off to rest. For Issei, however, he pointed out a small streak on a pane that looked as if a child's greasy fingers had wiped it and judged the job unacceptable. He ordered Issei to go back and clean it until it was squeaky clean and said he would not let him sleep until it met his standards. Issei returned to work and finished before nightfall. When it came time to sleep, the head handyman ruled that Issei was forbidden from sharing quarters with Rias and the others. He explained that Rias Peerage was a high-ranking administrator and that, as a lowly handyman working under his supervision, Issei had to follow the rules. Issei was told to take a straw mat and sleep in the boiler room with the other handymen. The boiler room bed was hard and uncomfortable, poorly ventilated, and shared with 8 other men. The other members of the occult research club, who had better positions, were allowed to sleep in one of the hotel rooms. Issei could not sleep that night. He kept thinking about the days at home when he had been able to sleep close to Rias and Asia and felt the quiet comfort of their presence. In the boiler room, an elderly man snored loudly and muttered about politics in his sleep, which made rest impossible. Issei resolved that it was only for 1 month and that he would have to endure it. It had been 3 days since the BGMI Gala opened. Reservations were increasing rapidly, and the pressure on the occult research club mounted. Many guests stayed at the hotel to see Rias and her servants, while others used the resort as lodging while attending Sona's institution. Time slots for photos with Kiba and Aquino were fully booked and many guests held priority passes. Asia and Gapser had packed schedules, carrying luggage between rooms and supplying pillows, blankets, and treats. The casino room was busy and Zenobia and Irina now doubled their efforts to serve everyone. The strain reached Issei and the other handymen as well. No matter how many guests checked in, they had to keep the entire resort in like-new condition. The head handyman announced that it was 6:30 and ordered everyone up, listing the day's tasks: a blocked sewer line, chair legs in the dining hall that needed polishing, and drapery that required washing. They needed to finish before the guests arrived. Issei changed into his uniform and set to work without having had time to speak with the rest of the club. His first assignment was to clean all the public restrooms: 500 toilets, 500 sinks, 100 mirrors, and 200 trash cans, all without assistance. He tried to cut corners to save time so he could visit Rias and the others, but the head handyman watched him closely, inspecting his work and scolding him for every missed spot. The head handyman pointed out a hairline crack in one divider and demanded that Issei replace the entire restroom divider. Protested and complied. When the new divider was in place, the head handyman criticized the color, the placement of the toilet roll holder, and the number of bolts used. Issei ended up reinstalling the divider 6 times, producing waste equivalent to several new dividers. Next, Issei was ordered to mow 10 acres of lawn with a manual reel mower. Without an engine, the mower was much harder to operate, but the head handyman insisted on it because it produced a cleaner cut for the resort's appearance. The head handyman offered no help and accompanied Issei, unleashing a barrage of insults. He criticized the lack of visible mowing stripes and the scattered grass clippings, declaring the exterior ruined and questioning how anyone could be expected to return after seeing the lawn. He delivered a sharp scolding and a light shove. After that, Issei had to clean every stove in every restaurant. They were greasy and required scrubbing with a scraper, disassembly for cleaning and resealing, reassembly, and ensuring the floors beneath them were flawless. The kitchen had to look unused. The head handyman accused Issei of leaving the appliances with the smell of soap and demanded he redo the work until it met his standards, telling him that other handymen could do a far better job. Despite the grueling workload, Issei saved a little time to seek out members of the occult research club. He first found Asia exiting an elevator. He greeted her, and Asia responded warmly, asking how he had been. She mentioned she was in the middle of a request to help someone connect to the internet and had to leave immediately, and the elevator doors closed before Issei could share his frustrations. Issei then headed to the photo booth, but the line was at least 50 meters long and teetering toward chaos, with people cutting and jostling even those with priority passes. When he tried to push closer to see Aquino, Kiba, or Kaneko, a hotel staff member stopped him and explained that the line was for guests only and that it would be inappropriate to disrupt their duties. The staff member added that the trio would not be going anywhere soon and that Issei could schedule a time later, then hurried off. He found Zenobia and Irina assisting an emergency at the poker tables. A guest had fainted after losing a large sum of money. Zenobia and Irina were rushing to get the man medical attention and said the paramedics were already on the way. Issei offered to help, but they asked him to wait and focus on other tasks and then hurried away. Finally, Issei approached Rias, who was walking the hall, taking notes and making observations. Rias noticed him immediately and commented on how the head handyman had treated him. Issei admitted there was a lot of work. Rias smiled and told him that she had noticed how much stronger he had become and that it was a delight to see him improving. Before they could continue, a staff member called for Rias. She excused herself to attend to the matter, leaving their conversation unfinished. A staff member informed Rias that the electric bill had been forwarded a few minutes earlier and that they had been double-charged. The utility company was arguing that the resort was in a remote region and cost extra to service. The staff member asked Rias for help resolving the issue. Rias acknowledged the problem, said she would see Issei later and wished him luck, then returned to work. The following night, loud thuds echoed through the boiler room. The head handyman confronted Issei, scolding him for contacting the higher-ups and claiming that Issei had tarnished the resort's reputation by speaking with Rias and the others. The head handyman imposed a strict disciplinary routine and assigned extra duties in an exaggerated, anime-style punishment that left Issei exhausted. The head handyman added up several penalties and extra hours until the total punishment reached 5,000 strikes and 10 additional hours of work. He then filed a scathing weekly report and gave Issei the worst rating possible. Rias, busy setting up a new restaurant called Milika's Grill at the resort, stamped the report without reviewing it closely. That evening, during dinner, the head handyman gathered everyone in the dining hall and read the weekly report aloud, including the salary allotments for the week. The head handyman announced that Kongo Kuruma had the best performance, flawless work and careful detailing of the flowers in the marquee gallery, earning 30,000 dekobits. He said that Moro Lichikin had performed well and would receive 28,000 dekobits. Amo Royce had done excellent work except for leaving some flyers behind a cabinet in the conference room and would receive 25,000 dekobits. The head handyman continued down the list, noting a 3-way tie at 20,000 dekobits, a 5-way tie at 19,000 dekobits, and a 20-way tie at 17,500 dekobits. When he reached Issei, the head handyman declared Issei's performance atrocious. He listed dents in the hallways, broken glass, scratched windows, leaky pipes, stained upholstery, and spoiled food among the problems and criticized Issei for taking long breaks and meeting with higher-class staff, which violated the rules. Issei's compensation was recorded as 0 dekobits, with a 10,000 dekobit material fee for restroom doors and a 1 million dekobit fine for damage to the resort's reputation, resulting in a debt of 1,010,000 dekobits. The head handyman displayed the weekly report, complete with Rias's signature, and warned Issei that continued failure could lead to financial ruin. The other handymen laughed at Issei for his poor performance and his infatuation with Rias. Issei took his dinner to his room. On his uncomfortable bed he found a mysterious present, an action figure resembling himself with no sender's name. He placed the figure beside his bed and used it as a quiet outlet for his frustration. More than a week into the Gremry Gala, demand continued to surge. For 3 straight days the hotel portion of the resort had been fully booked with a waiting list forming. The Occult Research Club's photo shop remained packed, with Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko dealing with lines that started in the parking lot. Asia and Gasper answered an ongoing stream of room service requests, including one guest who wanted a channel upgrade to watch more movies from their room. The casino was crowded, increasing the pressure on Zenobia and Irina. Surzex and his group had returned to the underworld after finishing their advertisement campaign, and Surzex and Rias convened a family meeting at Gremry Castle with their parents to discuss expansion plans. Possible options included an additional resort, a hotel upgrade in Kyoto, or an expansion of the Gremry Gala. With Rias away, Ravel handled Rias's administrative duties and apologized to guests, explaining that Rias was attending a meeting near Odin's Creek and would likely return the next day. Issei spent another difficult day at work, hoping to speak with Rias about the punitive weekly report and the debt. The head handyman continued to berate him. Issei tried repeatedly to reach the Occult Research Club members, but the crowds pushed him away. Asia apologized to Issei and explained that she was in the middle of a request and could only spare a few seconds. Frustrated and tired of the head handyman's harsh treatment, Issei skipped the remainder of his duties and decided to take his concerns to the student council. Like the Occult Research Club, the Student Council was helping out at the new Issei Institute of Defense. The institute was quieter than the Gremory Gala, and Issei hoped the calmer environment would bring him some relief. The first person he met there was Saji, who greeted him and asked how he was doing. Issei admitted he was not feeling great and explained that work had been miserable. His supervisor piled on excessive tasks, demanded unrealistic quality and speed, and reprimanded him instead of compensating him fairly. He pleaded for help. Saji apologized that he could not do much on his own and suggested that Rias might be able to intervene, but he explained that the student council president and vice president were away at a meeting with the accreditation board and could not be reached at the moment. Issei watched Saji interact with the rest of the council and thought about Kaisha's intelligence and political skill. He noted how the group had become popular through a combination of attractive members, a string of victories and media attention, and Kaisha's knack for covering weaknesses and increasing their standing. A member of the student council called out a request for supplies. Saji agreed to fetch markers for the science classrooms and to refill the copier in Lars room 351A, which needed paper for a batch of exam copies. Saji explained that, as the only male on the council, he could use an extra hand and offered Issei the chance to help. Accepted immediately, using the opportunity to avoid more disagreeable tasks from his usual supervisor. The head handyman then assigned him to replace some neon signs with large LED display panels to provide space for Gremory Gala advertisements. Working at the Issei Institute of Defense proved more pleasant than his other assignments. Issei's first task was to replenish office supplies: pens, erasers, markers, folders, and paper from the storeroom and deliver them across campus. Since the institute was less busy than the gala, some rooms were unused. Issei organized furniture and made sure the spaces were clean and intact. Later, the student council asked Issei to demonstrate his Security Dragon powers to a class. He activated his boosted gear and shifted into his red male form. The professor requested a demonstration of non-destructive techniques, and Issei began to show controlled mobility moves and simple drills that would not damage the classroom. Before he could continue, Sunny intervened with a restraint technique that tripped Issei and brought him down, explaining that the demonstration had been more than sufficient. Another council member noted that any inappropriate stunt could result in costly damage to uniforms and facilities. Issei felt disappointed. He had hoped to make a memorable impression after missing the chance to see Rias and Aquino earlier, but accepted the reprimand and moved on. His final duty for the day was cleaning the whiteboards with cleaning solution. Marker residue from erasers required careful wiping, and Issei frequently had to return to the storeroom for more paper towels. He completed the task without major trouble. Saji praised his work, offered encouragement that it would be fine to return, and handed him 5,000 decobits as compensation. Issei walked home to the Gremory Gala feeling relieved and thinking that this job had been much better than his usual assignments. He also worried about why Rias had authorized his manager to levy heavy fines instead of ensuring fair pay, and hoped she would explain when she returned from her meeting. Back at the gala, his supervisor confronted him for wandering off during work and accused him of prioritizing time with President Rias Gremory over his duties. The supervisor issued a harsh reprimand and increased the disciplinary penalty dramatically. Issei apologized and pleaded for leniency, but the supervisor doubled the penalty after suspecting another lie. Over the next week his debt escalated to 5 million decobits while Rias remained away at a meeting with Sona and other young high-class devils. In the meeting, each high-class devil reported the performance of their servants and negotiated trade deals. Rias and Sona both rejected every offer. Life at the Gremory Gala grew harder. Issei's condition declined as he performed his duties more sloppily, sometimes skipping them entirely. He tried to meet other members of the Occult Research Club to discuss his concerns but could not get through. Asia and Gasper handled room service requests constantly. Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko cut back on breaks because of the volume of photo requests. Zenobia and Irina took a second job performing staged sword tricks each afternoon, using painted wooden swords and no magical powers to keep their identities secret. With Rias away, Ravel had twice the workload. After another bad day, Issei went to sleep and tried to work through what had happened. He felt lonely and frustrated by the lack of closeness with the others. He missed spending time with his friends and wished things could return to how they were at home. He also wondered why Rias had built the resort, whether it was to fulfill Rossweiss's dream or to expand her family's influence, and why the head handyman had been hired despite his attitude toward Issei. He told himself he was overthinking and resolved to return to work at the president's place tomorrow. Something unexpected then happened. A disembodied voice called to Issei from the darkness, telling him not to worry and asserting that, like many high-class devils, Rias no longer cared for her servants the way she once had. The voice suggested that she had valued Issei mainly for his strength and that, having achieved her goals, she no longer needed him. Issei, confused, wondered where the voice came from and was told to go outside and follow a light. Reluctant but curious, Issei left the boiler room late at night after the head handyman had fallen asleep. He had manipulated his alarm clock, wore earmuffs and an eye patch to avoid detection, and believed these precautions would mask his departure. Outside, he found a blue spotlight shining into the sky and followed it. The light grew until it vanished, leaving him unsure whether he'd been tricked. Calling out produced no answer. He then realized he had been led to Rossweisseville's park, still under construction with a jungle gym being assembled and suburban developments nearby. As he searched, he came upon an old waterfall he remembered from his history lessons, a place rumored to grant wishes. The voice urged him to make a wish and promised to show him the way. Issei knelt and quietly wished for more time with the Occult Research Club and for fairer treatment from the handyman. In seconds, the blue light reappeared, emanating from the waterfall. The voice invited him to approach the light. Issei walked through the waterfall and found a hidden tunnel illuminated by the glow. He followed the passage until the light became overwhelming and then faded. When he emerged, he stood before another waterfall in a strange dimension. The sky shimmered with green auroras, but the surroundings resembled the park he had just left. Issei wondered if this place was one of the battlefields used for raiding games and marveled that the devils had fashioned a full arena before the city was completed. The voice urged him to continue along a green path, and he complied. As he walked, he felt as if he were returning to the Gremory Gala. At the end of the path, he found a resort that resembled the gala but felt more vibrant. Colorful gardens, a small pond with a stone path leading to an illuminated wooden bridge, and tall palm trees. Inside, the resort's palette expanded beyond crimson and red to include almond, pink, gold, and silver. Dark hardwood floors lent warmth, and most welcome to Issei, the crowds were absent. A large double door opened at the end of a hallway, and several people ushered him in. The room he entered looked like the conference space where Rias had first assigned jobs, only grander, more like a throne room. In front of the throne room were two thrones. One throne was empty while someone else occupied the other. Issei looked her over and noted her familiar features and long green hair, wondering if he was dreaming and whether this could be Rias. Rias greeted him warmly and asked how he was. Issei, bewildered, asked if she was Rias and how her hair had turned green. Rias explained that she was not Rias but Grias, his other master, and that while Rias's red symbolized war and terror, Grias's green represented calm, peace, and nature. Issei struggled to accept it, thinking aloud that there could not be two Rises and wondering if this was a sister he had never known. Grias clarified that he was in an alternate, mirrored world where only the good sides of people appeared, which made the place peaceful and happy. Issei then remembered the mysterious voice from the boiler room and asked if that had been her. Grias confirmed that it had been and that it had been the only way she could communicate with him. When Issei asked why she had brought him here, Grias invited him to come closer. She reached out and offered him a warm, comforting embrace, and the memory of kinder times with Rias washed over him. The comfort made him smile for the first time in weeks. Grias explained that the darker side of Rias had taken over in his world, but that in this mirror realm only Rias's good qualities remained. She intended to offer him the kindness and reassurance he had been missing. Issei felt comforted by her words and presence. Grias then led him through a door into a large dining hall filled with food. Issei was astonished by the spread and by how the mirrored counterparts of the staff greeted him cheerfully, each offering a dish. The head counterpart presented Issei's favorite meal and called him master, explaining that it was prepared with care. Issei ate a little but, still tired, said he wanted to sleep. Rias guided him toward a bedroom she had prepared. The path to the room felt familiar, bringing Issei back to memories of the route to the boiler room at the Gremory Gala. Rias encouraged him to open the door, assuring him that this room was far more comfortable than the boiler room he had left. Inside, the room was richly furnished with thick carpeting, wood paneling, portraits, and an entertainment center stocked with a selection of movies. The bed was large and inviting. A woman who resembled Akino appeared, her hair a soft pink. She greeted Issei with a playful tone and explained that, in this mirror world, she embodied Akino's kinder side rather than the sadness and gloom that had taken hold of the original. Rias added that this counterpart was simply the positive aspect of Akino and posed no harm. The pink-haired Akino invited Issei to sit closer. Issei asked if he could meet the others, naming Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia, and Irina. They advised him not to push himself and suggested he rest first. Issei asked if Rias could stay nearby while he slept. Rias agreed and, along with the pink-haired Akino, remained in the room to keep watch and offer companionship. They wished him a good night, and Issei fell asleep with a calmness he had not felt in weeks. The following morning, Issei awoke back in the boiler room. Surrounded by unsightly pipes and wires, he braced for another unpleasant day. The head handyman burst into the room and angrily addressed him for leaving the door unlocked. The handyman warned that an unlocked door could lead to vandalism and harm the resort's reputation, and he threatened to add a substantial penalty to Issei's debt. He produced a set of earmuffs and accused Issei of tampering, saying that other workers had seen what he had done. Embarrassed and frustrated, Issei listened as the handyman continued to scold him. The reprimand culminated in an over-the-top, anime-style public punishment meant to teach him a lesson without injury. After the punishment, Issei went to breakfast and tried to tell the others about the mirror world, but his story was met with laughter and disbelief. The workers then asked how old he was. The other workers laughed at Issei when he claimed the waterfall hid a secret dimension. They mocked him for talking like a child and asked if he had seen fairies, unicorns, or dragons. Issei insisted he had been inside and offered to show them the entrance. Issei led the handymen to the park and searched for the waterfall. When he found it, he noticed it seemed smaller than the night before and the rocky wall behind it was fully exposed and solid. He pushed at the rocks and even charged a punch with his boosted gear, convinced a rock slide might have sealed the entrance. He tried to pray at the waterfall again, but nothing happened. The handymen continued to taunt him, calling him a baby and daring him to prove himself. The ridicule boiled Issei over. He responded with a single, powerful strike that sent 4 of the handymen skidding across the grass and collapsing 3 meters away. The others stared in shock at the display of strength. Issei landed a few more controlled blows in a blur of action until the rest were knocked unconscious. He left them where they lay and walked back toward the resort. On the path back, Saji appeared and greeted him. Saji recognized the waterfall at once and warned Issei to stay away, explaining that people called it the Forbidden Waterfall. Saji told Issei that many visitors who had gone there later vanished under mysterious circumstances, and that those visitors had been searching desperately for something. Saji explained that the institute's president had investigated hotspots in the Norse grounds while trying to establish the Sitri Institute of Defense. The president had studied the mysterious places and had clashed with Rias over developing the area because she felt the waterfall's strange aura. They had competed over the decision in a tense contest of strategy. Saji said the president had removed most of Rias's pieces, but Rias had found an opening and ultimately won. Saji continued that Rias favored the location because of its excellent transportation links, including a direct connection to several major cities and Rossweiss's hometown. The land had been inexpensive and flat, ideal for development, and the airport under construction nearby made the site practical for large projects. Issei sat back and reflected that Rias seemed different since coming here, more focused on development and profits, and he inwardly bristled at how he had been charged a high fee by the head handyman. Saji apologized for taking time and invited Issei to discuss the matter further at the institute. Issei agreed and then took a bench in the park to think. He glanced at his arm and called out internally to Drake. Drake woke and warned Issei to be careful, saying he had felt strange vibrations in the other world and that the local people might not be what they seemed. Issei asked if Drake had felt it too, and Drake confirmed he had. He advised Issei to return to work and added that he would always back Issei if the head handyman and his crew mistreated him again. Issei went back to the institute to proctor exams. With many classes administering tests, he, Saji, and the rest of the student council spent the day supervising. The questions matched material from the engagement ritual and the middle-class promotion exam, so the test proved manageable for him. After classes were dismissed, Tsubasa, the vice president, arrived to summon Issei. Issei followed Tsubasa to the administration office and was greeted by Sona. Sona thanked him for his help around the institute and noted that, unlike Rias's gala, the Citri Institute required highly qualified staff because most positions involved teaching, demonstrations, and research. She said she did not mind having a middle-class devil like him assisting them. Sona asked about his troubles at the Gremory Gala, and Issei complained about the head handyman's heavy workload and excessive penalties, mentioning that Rias had approved the charges. Sona listened and suggested that Rias had probably not intended to cause those problems. She explained that Rias had been extremely busy since opening the resort. Nobody had expected the resort to become so popular. The increase in population had made the environment chaotic, and Sona observed that it had reached the point where Rias could not handle everything on her own. Sona suggested that Rias must be under heavy pressure from her family at Gremory Castle, and Issei acknowledged that it made sense. Running a popular resort was difficult. Sona proposed that Rias could pull all of her servants from their jobs and place them in the administrative department, but she had declined because her servants were the main attraction for the resort. Issei complained that everyone else seemed to have better jobs, more breaks, and less to do, and Sona pointed out that even if he did not run an attraction, he was working hard to keep the resort functioning. Issei insisted he was the only one doing all the maintenance, that the head handyman assigned everything to him and even fined him for damages, and Sona promised to speak with Rias when she returned. Sona worried that the resort would collapse unless Rias improved her management, and Issei offered a faint smile, hoping that would help. Sona then changed the topic to the mysterious waterfall that Saji had mentioned. She warned Issei to stay far away. Sona explained that the waterfall lured people toward it and acted as a trap. She recounted that one of her father's servants, a powerful subordinate who wanted independence, had begun visiting the waterfall claiming it brought relief, and after repeated visits he disappeared. Similar disappearances had followed among fallen angels, and humans, until the place had earned the nickname the Forbidden Waterfall. Sona urged Issei not to become the next victim. Issei said he needed rest after Sona's long lecture and left for the Gremory Gala. As he arrived, the day took a harsher turn. The head handyman intercepted Issei and accused him of abusing his powers and mistreating the resort's star workers. The handyman announced that, unlike Issei, he had the authority to enforce DSPLN. In an abrupt, forceful exchange, the handyman struck Issei with a whip several times, seized him roughly, and slammed him against a wall before letting him collapse to the floor. He then loosened Issei's bindings and berated him for poor attitude and performance, warning that punishments would become harsher if Issei disobeyed. The handyman ordered Issei to bed and reminded him they had to make up for lost time after his recent incident. Alone at night, Issei allowed himself a private smile. Drake had kept his promise and reinforced Issei's body to take much of the impact during the DSPLN, reducing the pain. Buoyed by that confidence, Issei decided to flout the handyman's orders and slept in one of the unfinished dormitories at the Citri Institute of Defense. By the following day, the Gremory Gala had reached maximum capacity and the resort's reputation began to suffer. Ravel ordered the front doors and gates closed to prevent any more people from entering. Members of the administrative staff tried to calm those gathered outside and asked them to wait for available space, but their appeals failed to pacify the crowd. Tensions rose as people outside asserted a variety of claims. Some insisted they held priority passes connected to specific attendance, others demanded access to family members already inside, several complained about long waits and requested immediate accommodation, and some pleaded that they were late for scheduled performances. With no one inside willing to leave, Those waiting grew restless in the heat and from long PRDS of standing. A few frustrated individuals broke rules and forced their way in, damaging the scenery and creating an improvised second entrance. Rossweisseville attempted to help by calling in the police, but the increased security only intensified the crowd's anger. The reservation staff faced their own cascade of problems. With a long waiting list, management had limited stays to one night, and many guests found ways to circumvent the rule. Some used multiple names to book the same room repeatedly, others bribed staff to extend their stays, and some simply refused to check out on time. The staff responded with large fines, which many guests were willing to pay, while others exploited loopholes to secure bookings lasting up to a month. Room service grappled with mounting complaints because a large majority of guests specifically requested Issei and Gasper to serve them. Issei and Gasper were taking more breaks to recover their stamina, and when room service sent replacements, those guests often refused the alternative attendance or refused to open the door. The result was waves of complaints about delayed service and perceived drops in quality. The photography booth staffed by Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko also struggled. All three were growing tired of their costumes and repetitive duties, appearing lifeless in photos and taking increasingly frequent breaks to pursue their own interests. Overall, the resort creaked under the strain of too many guests and too few sustainable systems. Managers scrambled to contain the situation while attendants and staff pushed themselves to keep the gala running. Kiba wanted to practice his sword techniques, Aquino wanted to work on her magic, and Kaneko wanted to train her combat techniques. Several guests behaved inappropriately during a photo session, which made Aquino and Kaneko uncomfortable. They left the situation upset. Kiba repeatedly declined romantic proposals and requests, which left some of the women disappointed and in tears. Various guests approached the staff with invitations and favors. One man gave Aquino a business card and asked her to contact him. Aquino explained she was already in a relationship. Others invited Kiba to join a lunch or asked Kaneko to meet a group of friends. The trio politely declined, keeping their focus on work and training. Zenobia and Irina were also facing problems at the casino. The venue was packed with gamblers, increasing drink requests and straining the waitstaff. There were more unruly or fainting patrons who damaged parts of the facility. A large brawl had broken out a few days earlier, and Zenobia and Irina had to step in and use their powers to break it up in a dramatic, non-graphic, anime-style way. The sword show Zenobia and Irina put on for guests was becoming a burden. What began as a fun performance had been repeated dozens of times a day. When either of them was too tired to perform, cancellations led to frustrated rebookings and annoyed guests. All of these problems combined to overload the maintenance team, who struggled to keep the resort presentable. Carpets were littered with footprints, drapery was torn, furniture was chipped and dented, and the gardens were a mess with scuff marks on walls and windows. The plumbing clogged frequently and a boiler had been shut down from overheating. The head handyman wanted to assign much of the work to Issei but could not locate him, and he took out his frustration on the other maintenance crew. As a result, their rushed repairs were sloppy and the resort's reputation suffered. The sharp decline in the resort's standing prompted Rias to return and investigate. She moved to convene an emergency roll call with the Occult Research Club to address the mounting problems. A public announcement called all members of the Occult Research Club to conference room 178 at the Gremory Gala, but only Ravel answered. The others had lost track of their schedule, so Rias personally gathered the group and summoned the head handyman, who was responsible for overseeing Issei. Rias explained that she had brought everyone together to outline the resort's situation. She said the resort had suffered setbacks from overpopulation and reminded them they needed to maintain order for the remaining month. She urged them to do their best to preserve the resort's reputation through the grand opening PRD. The members responded with exhaustion. Aquino told the president that she felt worn out from the work and uncomfortable in the costume she had to wear. Kiba followed by asking to lighten his schedule, saying he disliked modeling and missed practicing with his sword, and requested permission to train at the Citri Institute of Defense. Kaneko said the mascot outfits made her uneasy because they reminded her of her past as a cat spirit. Issei complained that the room service shifts were interrupting her rest with late service calls. Gasper agreed quietly. Zenobia expressed concern that the constant trips to the casino were exhausting her legs and that the repetitive work was eroding her sword skills, leaving her worried about failing as a knight. Irina also voiced her fatigue. Issei remained silent. Rias reminded them that she was their leader and that their duties at the resort must continue until the grand opening PRD ended. Aquino stood and suggested they might be neglecting their usual devil responsibilities, asking whether summon requests, new packs, and monitoring stray devils should still be handled. Rias paused, said she had authorized postponing their normal devil duties for the duration of the grand opening and that her brother Surzex would substitute for her. For now, she said, everyone needed to focus on assigned tasks at the Gremory Gala. Ravel accused Rias of leaving too much of the work to others and described the resort's overpopulation and supply shortages. The Burger Cube had run out of paper plates and supplies would take time to arrive. Trash was accumulating and there were numerous damages. Others appealed to Rias to heed their concerns. Rias rejected the complaints, stating that she could not allow the resort's reputation to suffer and ordering the group back to work. As the group dispersed, Aquino told Rias that this version of her did not match the Rias they remembered, the one who cared for her servants. Rias then called Issei over and confronted him about skipping work to visit Sona's place. Issei began to explain, and Rias pinched his cheek as she reminded him of his obligations and insisted the resort needed his cooperation more than the Citri Institute did. Issei pointed to the head handyman and accused him of making his work intolerable. The head handyman responded that Issei should look at his own behavior before placing blame. Rias asked Issei to explain the situation. Issei said the head handyman was harsh with him in front of others, and that he was being held responsible for damages and debts he felt were unfair. He asked to be transferred. Ravel added that the head handyman was lazy, prone to sloppiness, and often distracted, which made discipline necessary. Issei pleaded to be released from his duties, saying he would rather be fired than continue. Rias refused to let him go. She concluded that freeing Issei would risk further problems and decided to keep him at the resort so she could monitor him. She asked the head handyman for another chance and warned him not to mistreat Issei. The head handyman accepted the responsibility and promised to take care of Issei and the resort. Because Rias had dismissed their complaints, the other occult research club members began to slack off in small, deliberate ways. The photo booth closed repeatedly, causing many rescheduled appointments. Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko spent long PRDS in the backroom playing video games. Asia, Gasper, Zenobia, and Irina blocked their service availability, preventing requests. In the laundry room, Irina attempted to calm the others by reading verses and praying, unaware that their prayers had a particular effect on devils. Ravel called in sick and instead assisted Rossweisseville at City Hall. Without the club's full efforts, the Gremory Gala's condition worsened, and Rias arrived at her office to find 20 crates full of complaints. In response, Issei decided to defy Rias's orders and work at the Citri Institute of Defense. Issei spent the day cleaning and inspecting each room in the nearly finished dormitories. He checked the paint and sealant for any imperfections, tested the network connections and power outlets in every room, and verified that sinks, toilets, and showers were working and not leaking. Sona had added these dormitories to relieve the overpopulation problem at the Gremory Gala so students would no longer need to stay at the gala to attend classes. When Issei finished for the day, Sona praised his work and rewarded him with 1 million decobits. Sona explained that now that the dormitories were open, congestion at the Gremory Gala should ease and the reservations department would have fewer people to handle since students could use the new dormitories instead. Issei asked what he should do the next day. Sona changed her tone and told him that, unfortunately, this would be his last day there. She had argued with Rias over allowing him to work at the institute, and because Rias was his master, Sona felt compelled to honor her request and release him. Sona showed him a newspaper article she said explained why Rias had been acting strangely. The article described how overcrowding at the Gremory Gala had led to a chaotic incident. The resort had reportedly exceeded capacity, gates and entrance doors had been locked, and many guests with valid passes were denied entry. Frustrated guests tried to force their way, law enforcement was called, and several officers and staff were later facing charges related to excessive force and misconduct. The Gremory Gala officials had not commented. Issei thought that this must be why Rias had been distant. Sona urged him to help his master. She did not seem worried about losing his assistance because Saji had been slacking and she intended to get him back to work. Issei voiced his doubts about whether Rias cared about him, and Sona reassured him that Rias did care even if she did not show it openly. Sona added that Rias was planning a grand opening party the following week now that the grand opening month was almost over, and she would be interested to hear about his experiences. Sona offered him a place to sleep at the institute if he wanted it. That night in the boiler room, the head handyman restrained Issei to a large pipe and struck him several times while berating him. The handyman accused Issei of disregarding an important rule and said that Issei's absence during the resort's busiest and most chaotic day had left them understaffed. He described the overcrowded entrance, furious guests, and the amount of cleanup and repairs the staff had to handle to protect the resort's image, and he blamed Issei for the drop in reputation that landed the resort in the newspaper. He warned that Rias would be preparing a harsh punishment for him to be carried out at the party. Issei pleaded for help and protested that the situation had not been intentional and that he planned to explain everything to Rias at the party. He tried to break free and struggled against his restraints, managing to loosen them a little, but the handyman remained unmoved. The handyman declared he was tired of disciplining Issei and, in a harsh tone, threatened to hand him over to a dangerous creature so Issei would be removed from the problem entirely. The handyman closed with a final admonition and left him alone. Back on the narrow bed in the boiler room, Issei thought about his options. He realized that continuing to work at the Citri Institute of Defense would strain relations between Rias and Sona, and he needed a way to escape the handyman's threats. He considered using the boosted gear against the handyman, but the dragon spirit within the gear, Drake, spoke to warn him that using that power would not solve the deeper problem. Drake said that even if Issei defeated the handyman, others would still resent him for the resort's troubles and that violence would only make things worse. Drake reminded Issei that there were people dedicated to restoring the resort's reputation and suggested a more cautious approach, but he also reassured Issei that, as promised, he would protect him and do what he could to prevent the worst from happening. As Issei wrestled with his thoughts, another voice reached him, urging him to return to the waterfall. Issei recalled that Sona and Saji had warned him to stay away from the forbidden waterfall, and he hesitated. The voice insisted the waterfall was not dangerous and argued that the way to understand it was to experience it firsthand, inviting Issei to come. A short, uncertain silence followed as Issei weighed the warning from his friends against the new invitation. An unseen voice told Issei that it would be waiting, then faded away. Issei headed to the waterfall. Unlike the previous morning, the tunnel had reappeared, its blue light spilling outward. The waterfall had also returned to its former size, crashing loudly. Issei thought there was a hidden tunnel as he walked through it. In the other world, he made his way to the resort and searched for Grias. Grias was conducting a choir of 7 in the throne room. Grias welcomed him, saying his timing was perfect and that she was glad he had arrived. Issei asked what was happening. Grias explained she was working on a welcome song and invited him to listen to what they had so far. The choir performed a playful melody that welcomed Issei by name and promised paradise and mischief. They finished to polite applause, and Issei relaxed, smiling as his fear of the strange new world eased. He requested an encore, but Grias said they had no more songs and led him to a nearby table where his dinner had been prepared. Grias hoped he would enjoy the entree and teased that his previous head handyman had been hopeless at cooking, overcooking dishes and leaving a mess. Issei remembered the worst dinner he had experienced before he left the regular world: mashed beans and burned pots because the head handyman could not operate the stove. He had only managed a quick mop and thrown the ruined cookware away. Issei declared the meal delicious and wished he could have 5 servings, then ate quickly. As he asked about dessert, Grias sat across from him and introduced the other members of the choir, explaining that they had wanted him to meet the rest of the group. The newcomers greeted Issei warmly. Grias first introduced Orangello, whom Issei had already met. Orangello welcomed him and said she was prepared to help with any requests. Issei found himself at a loss for words in response to Orangello's kindness. Rias then presented Chiniko, a Kaneko-like young woman with blonde hair and ears who enjoyed playing video games. Chiniko seemed friendly and eager to meet Issei and approached him with playful, cat-like affection. Issei thought the idea of spending time playing dating sims together sounded fun and a little strange, and he felt relieved that he no longer had to worry about getting pinched or slapped. Rias gently told Chiniko to give them a moment and continued her introductions. She next brought out Fiba, who resembled a less serious Kiba and knew hundreds of sword techniques that she was willing to share. After Fiba came Eurasia, an angelic figure with blue hair who promised to protect Issei wherever he went and who, Rias explained, could read scripture without causing harm to beings like him. Eurasia demonstrated by reading one verse from the Psalms without difficulty. Issei asked how she had managed that. Eurasia explained that, in addition to twilight healing, she possessed the power of neutralization, which could reduce the negative side effects that afflicted angels, fallen angels, and devils. She said she could use that power to minimize the harmful effects of light on a devil like Issei, effectively masking his weaknesses. Issei found the ability impressive. Rias then introduced Renova, a purple-haired warrior who could wield two Megadurandal blades infused with platinum, a metal that glowed intensely like a beam. Renova offered to let Issei have one of the blades if he agreed to be her training partner. Issei hesitated privately at the proposition. Next, Rias presented Mina, the group's only angel, whose large wings allowed her to fly quickly and to use them defensively as shields. Mina promised that someday she could teach Issei to fly better and improve his speed. Issei smiled, thinking of the devil wings he had inherited after being reincarnated. Mina was enthusiastic about training until he could fly faster than light. Finally, Rias introduced Capsur, who resembled Gasper. Capsur was not afraid of garlic and enjoyed playing hide-and-seek with boxes. Capsur suggested they should play sometime, and Issei found the idea a little awkward, remembering that Gasper had graduated from hiding in boxes not long ago. Issei also noted that Capsur still needed to work on garlic immunity. Rias said there was no one else left to introduce and proposed they continue the welcome ceremony. Issei asked what would happen next, reminding her that he had already eaten and met everyone. Rias led them toward the Amusemidrome, a glass-domed water park in the resort's west wing so large it nearly matched the guestroom complex. Rias had originally wanted to build the dome for the resort, but the project had been postponed while she dealt with other problems. As the others headed to the dome and changed into swimsuits, Issei paused. He realized that everyone from the Occult Research Club had been mirrored into this world except for one person and mentioned to Rias that someone was missing. Issei wondered where Rossweiss had gone. Rias smiled as she leaned on his arm and told him that Bossweiss was different from Rossweiss. Rias explained that Bossweiss did not rule through enforcement like a police force but by inventing fascinating ideas that made people forget darker thoughts and enjoy new wonders. Rias asked rhetorically whether it would not be pleasant to run a city without a police force and said that this was why the city was perfect. Orangello called to them from the water park. Issei and Rias found Orangello where the water pumps had just been turned on and water was gushing down the slides at great speed. Orangello announced that the water slide ride was ready and said he would start up the other rides while asking Issei to enjoy himself. Issei waved goodbye as Rias guided him to the start of the water slide. Rias suggested they be the first to ride the slide and use it to show everyone how fun the newly opened Amusemidrome was. Issei agreed. The slide proved rough for him. The water rushed fast, the course had many turns, and there were bumps and waterfalls that left both Rias and Issei soaked by the time they reached the exit ramp. Rias invited Issei to try the other slides and tubes, but Issei declined to ease his nausea. Rias then went on the other attractions with Orangello. As Issei left the slides area, Eurasia and Chiniko waved him over to the next attraction and invited him to play at the waterworks. The waterworks featured water guns, leaky pipes, and a set of levers, wheels, and knobs that carried streams of water toward a distant leaky bucket. There was also a station where Issei could use a small bucket to pump water up into a large ceiling-mounted bucket that would eventually spill. Issei grew tired of the back and forth, But Chiniko helped him and together they filled the bucket so that it spilled, soaking both of them. After the waterworks, Issei moved on to the wilderness canoe. He was given a boat and rowed down an artificial river, taking in the crafted scenery along the banks. Signs along the way told a simple story about living beside the river, but the text proved too small for Issei to read easily. Issei finally reached the artificial beach, complete with real sand and machine-generated waves. As he settled into a lounge chair, Mina approached with a cup of water and offered it while asking if he was thirsty and tired. Issei accepted the drink gratefully. Mina sat down in the next chair and asked how he liked the place, whether it felt soothing and relaxing. Issei said he enjoyed it and noted that he could never have this kind of life back in Japan because his days were filled with making packs, schoolwork, fighting monsters, and intense physical training. Mina said that in her world things were organized so well that wars had never occurred since the world was formed. She explained that physical workouts there were purely recreational. When Issei questioned how they handled fights, Mina acknowledged that occasional disputes happened but were usually resolved quickly and without lasting consequences. She argued that fighting rarely brought any long-term gain. After that, Mina left to try another ride. Issei told Drake about Mina's words and listened as Drake expressed unease. Drake warned that he sensed something off about Mina's manner and that he felt a vague danger within that world. He urged Issei to consider returning to the real world. Issei admitted that being in the resort felt better and that he could not leave immediately. Drake said he would respect Issei's decision and would remain at his side. After a full day at the water park, it was time to sleep. Issei mulled over Drake's warning while noticing how differently the resort operated compared with the Gremory Gala. He wondered how Gria's servants managed to have fun while others at the gala struggled under heavy workloads. He observed that the resort had fewer visitors and reservations but still needed to serve guests somehow. As Grias put him to bed, Issei asked how they kept the resort clean without manual handymen. Grias explained that robots handled most of the work and invited him to look. Issei watched as a worker discovered a broken window pane, entered a few numbers on a remote keypad, and summoned a repair robot. The small machine scanned the window, removed the broken pane, installed a new one, cleaned the carpet around the area, and carried away the broken glass. Issei marveled that the technology surpassed anything in his world. Grias said she preferred to leave grunt work to robots so her staff would not tire and complain, preserving the resort's reputation. She reassured him that he did not need to worry. Grias told Issei that her servants always received the royal treatment and should not be made to overwork. Issei wished that Rias were the same. Grias wished him pleasant dreams and said she had more activities planned for him the next day. Issei went to sleep wondering why Grias did not want her servants to work. When Issei woke, he found himself back in the boiler room. The head handyman stormed into the room and delivered a blunt speech about the resort's dire condition, urging everyone to triple their efforts to avoid bankruptcy and to restore the place to its former glory. The head handyman then turned his attention to Issei and reminded him that they had discussed his duties the previous night and that he knew the consequences of disobedience. Issei agreed meekly. During the day, Issei repeatedly ignored instructions and took shortcuts that left the resort in worse shape. When assigned to replace the hallway carpeting, he patched only the damaged areas instead of replacing the entire roll. The repairs held, but the hallways looked shabby with mismatched patches. In the front courtyard, which had gone from crowded and vibrant to empty and worn, he performed odd landscaping and sculptural alterations that ended up discouraging many guests. When tasked with fitting the skylights with stained glass, he dismissed the bland designs and painted unconventional motifs. When light passed through, the details blurred into an unappealing pattern. For wall repairs, he applied plaster over damaged sections without properly replacing patches, producing surfaces that looked fine at a glance but would not withstand touch. He also glued faux wood paneling over problems. Instead of the requested crimson-red paint, he applied forest green to a large wall and added a mural expressing his gratitude for the water park outing, depicting Grias, Orangello, and several friends at the slide. The mural left the rest of the occult research club puzzled. That evening, the handymen gathered for dinner with the head handyman, as was customary. The head handyman thanked them for their efforts and relayed announcements from President Rias. A competing resort called the Leviathan Lodge had opened on the other side of Rossweisseville, operated by the same group behind the Citry Institute of Defense, and it was drawing away customers with promotions such as free tickets to a popular show for early bookers. He added that another resort named the Bail Box would open soon, making it harder to recover their clientele. The handymen cursed the Leviathan Lodge, the show, and the Bail Box. The head handyman then noted that everyone was present except Issei and ordered the others to find him, promising a 500,000 decobit bonus to whoever dragged Issei back. The handymen searched, remembered a joke about the waterfall, and made their way there but became lost in the dark. One of them reached the waterfall but could not find any tunnel. With no leads, they returned and the head handyman reported Issei's absence to Rias. Rias advised patience, saying Issei would return in time. The head handyman vowed quietly that he would find Issei someday and smiled grimly as he planned his next move. Issei, aware that dinner would be poor after the head handyman had discarded many pots and pans, skipped the meal and headed for the waterfall, expecting better food from Rias. He found the hidden tunnel behind the falls and passed through to the other world. The doorway closed behind him, becoming invisible to the other handymen. In the Otherworld resort, Issei discovered Rias at a piano, practicing for a recital. He noted with surprise that she played while reflecting that Rias had not shown such skill. Rias turned, greeted him warmly, and explained that although she knew only a little piano, the instrument had features beyond what appeared. She pressed a button and the piano began to play on its own, then rose to the control panel to adjust its settings. As the piano finished the introductory phase of the music, the curtain behind Rias lifted to reveal a large orchestra chamber with 100 musicians. The orchestra joined the automatic piano and swept into the main phase of the piece. Issei listened in awe, feeling the music wash over him. He marveled at how amazing it all sounded. Rias told Issei that the orchestra was a piece she had composed for him and invited him to notice the different harmonics that blended together to create soothing sounds. She explained that the more he listened, the more relaxed he would become. Issei took a seat and followed her advice. The music calmed him, and he could put aside the stress he had felt after returning to work at the Gremory Gala. In the middle of the orchestra, the choir of Rias's other attendants glided onto the stage to add operatic voices. The more Issei listened, the more amazed he became. It almost felt too good to be true. After the concert ended, Rias asked Issei how he felt and whether he felt relieved. Issei replied that he felt much better. Rias hugged him warmly, calling him her Issei. Soon after, Issei mentioned he was hungry from his long day. Rias told him that everything had already been prepared and instructed the chefs to set up a dining table for him. The chefs quickly rolled out a table laden with dinner and a server handed Issei his silverware. As he ate, the orchestra continued to play other repertoire. When his meal was finished, Rias invited Issei to tour the city. She told him there was more excitement ahead and that they would take him on an adventure around the city of Rossweisseville. Issei admitted confusion at the name. Rias explained that she had chosen the name to honor Rossweiss and clarified that she preferred the suffix polis to suggest a large, developed city with lots of interaction, unlike a quiet, underdeveloped ville. Issei still felt puzzled by the terminology, and Rias quickly moved on. She told everyone not to linger on the details and called them to board. When Issei asked where they were going, Rias only promised that it was a secret and that he would be amazed. A large motorcoach waited outside the resort. Rias invited Issei to sit in the front seat beside her. As the motorcoach pulled away, the sky grew very dark, which made Issei uneasy. He voiced his concern about the safety of traveling in such darkness. Rias reassured him that the darkness would make the trip more exciting and that behind that veil were many surprises that would reveal themselves little by little. She pointed out a distant blue bulb of light, then green and red bulbs that joined it, followed by yellow, orange, pink, white, and purple. Rias explained that the bits of color would appear gradually and that if everything were visible at once it would be less interesting. Issei conceded that he understood her point. As the bus climbed the mountain, she asked him to watch how the colors changed. They were not random. As the coach traveled along the invisible road, the colored lights blended and formed small images that shifted and moved. Issei recognized his own face in one of the images, then water, then a cocktail glass with lemon slices. He thought the display was becoming even more exciting. When the bus stopped, Issei realized they were on top of a small hill. Rias directed everyone to an observation deck. As Issei approached, the final sets of lights lit up and the deck, benches, and nearby fountains illuminated. Rias asked him how the scenery looked from there and pointed to the field of images. Issei leaned over and took in the full picture. The small images had been part of a much larger interactive display that matched the mural he had painted on the walls of the Gremory Gala. Unlike the mural, this version moved. Water flowed, the cocktail glass sloshed, and animated figures waved, while banners fluttered along the borders. He could hardly find words to express his excitement. Rias explained that they had enjoyed his mural and used the light installation to create their own version. She said the lights offered more flexibility than stained glass or painted murals and demonstrated how the display could change. The picture shifted. While the banners continued to move, the scene transformed into a depiction of Rias and her attendants surrounding Issei with smiles, resembling the photo he had taken with them after the opening choir. Rias remarked that although the attendants left the grunt work to robots, they used their extra time to show appreciation for others, which helped ensure peace. Issei reflected that he had misjudged them. They did work, but in a different way than he did. Rias smiled and asked if he wanted to see more. When Issei expressed surprise at more surprises being available, Rias produced a small helicopter from a nearby storage shed and revealed that they would fly around to see more of the place. Issei pointed out that the helicopter only had 2 seats and wondered how everyone would fit. Rias dismissed the concern and made it clear that it was meant to be just her and Issei for this portion of the tour. One of the attendants explained that Rias wanted some personal time with him, and Issei agreed. He was escorted to the passenger seat. As the helicopter rose into the air, Issei wondered what Rias intended to show him alone. Rias piloted the helicopter toward the dark areas beyond the interactive picture. Gradually, the surrounding landscape began to light up. Issei watched rivers appear with fish jumping, then forests where trees shifted and birds chirped. He noticed large bushes and many different species of flowers blooming. One of his companions explained that they took pride in their work and that when motivation came from appreciation they always performed their best. The companion added that when people were forced to serve others they usually did the bare minimum, which led to dissatisfaction. Issei agreed. When he worked under the head handyman or Rias, his task had always been to make the customers or his bosses happy. It was never for himself. He suspected that Aquino, Asia, and the others might be feeling the same hurt after that meeting. After Rias returned to the observation deck in her small helicopter, evening fell in the other world for Issei as well. He was ready for bed and wished he could stay longer, but he was too tired for another adventure. As he lay down in his bedroom, Rias reminded him that there was always a tomorrow and that they would have another great adventure soon. Issei went to sleep. Issei woke in the boiler room and found Rias standing over him, insisting that he come to her office to discuss the work he had done yesterday. Rias spoke with clear anger, saying she needed to address the inappropriate decorations he had made, and Issei agreed reluctantly and headed to her office. The office was packed with 100 crates full of complaints, leaving barely any room. Rias and Issei ended up sitting on top of the crates while the desk remained buried beneath them. Rias explained that the resort was family-friendly and that the way Issei had depicted some things yesterday had been unacceptable. She asked him to be more careful with his designs and choices in the future, and Issei answered awkwardly. Rias added that she was disappointed with the mural he had painted. Issei tried to point out the positives, explaining that he had mixed colors well and made the figures look lifelike. Rias pointed out several problems. For one, he had painted her hair green, and she stressed the importance of her crimson-red hair as a symbol of the Gremory bloodline. To change that color felt disrespectful to their family traditions. Issei fumbled an explanation about experimenting with new color mixes and mentioned that others in the mural had been recolored as well. Rias declared that the piece was a serious embarrassment and announced that he would face disciplinary measures. A long list of extra duties and chores around the resort until the matter was resolved. She added that, because he had been helping elsewhere, Two competitive resorts had opened or were opening soon, putting serious financial pressure on their own establishment. Rias urged everyone to pull together to save the resort. Issei bristled and pushed back, saying it always seemed to be about the resort and money rather than him. He accused management of allowing the head handyman to boss him around and asked why his concerns were never discussed the way they had been in Japan. Rias paused and explained that she wanted the resort to succeed. It was the first time she had run a business on her own and she felt a responsibility to make her family proud after the investment they had made. The resort needed everyone's help. Issei then addressed her as Bucho, a formality that surprised Rias. He argued that people performed better when appreciated, not merely ordered, and Rias answered that if they all worked hard together, the resort would improve, earn good reviews, and attract returning guests. Issei stormed out, declaring he did not want to work under those conditions anymore. Rias tried to stop him and tripped over the crates as she moved after him. A knock sounded at the door and Ravel entered, carrying more crates of complaints. She told Rias that 3 crates had arrived from the Millicast grill with complaints about meat quality, late service, overcooked dishes, missing steak sauce, and a dirty table. Rias directed Ravel to place them in the staff conference room 2 doors down. Another staff member handed Ravel an additional crate with complaints from Stop and Pop Refreshments about running out of ice and some customers receiving flat soda. Ravel placed that crate in the conference room as well. As Issei looked around the resort, he saw torn carpet, dented walls, and flickering light fixtures. The head handyman blamed Issei's recent absence for the backlog of repairs, saying the other handymen could not manage the damage without him. Issei chose not to help with the repairs at that moment and decided to visit the 2 nearby resorts Rias had mentioned. The first competitor was the Leviathan Lodge, owned by Seraphal Leviathan, Sona's sister and one of the Satans of the underworld. The interior was awash in different shades of pink and featured magical girl Milky, themed decorations with Seraphal staging a daily live-action show. In the performances she pretended to use magical powers to defeat evil monsters and invited young fans to participate. At the end she handed out autograph photos in cosplay. The second competitor was the Bale Box, owned by Serorg Bale of the powerful Bale clan. Although parts of the resort were still under construction, the hotel portion operated with meticulous professionalism. Towels were perfectly folded, soaps neatly arranged, baggage was delivered promptly, and staff and handymen practiced meditation to keep focused. Issei was impressed. Even without all the extra facilities, the Bale Box could easily earn 5 stars. After another day passed, Issei headed back to the waterfall, hoping to meet Rias. As he approached the newly constructed park before the waterfall, a large monster crept up behind him and lunged. Issei shielded himself by transforming into his scale male mode. He unleashed his illegal move Trident attack and fired 2 rockets in bishop mode, forcing the creature to collapse unconscious. As he tried to escape, more monsters appeared. From atop the newly built deck, the head handyman announced through his megaphone that Issei could not run and that he had warned him about skipping work. He had sensed where Issei hid and demanded that he surrender. Issei taunted the head handyman, daring him to try to stop him. One monster grabbed Issei and tried to take him, but Issei freed himself. Another monster seized him, and others closed in, attempting to tear him apart. Sensing an opening, Issei shifted into his rook mode, broke free from the monster's grip, and lifted it by one leg until it fell flat. He lured the rest of the creatures together, then switched into night mode and dashed toward the waterfall. The monsters collided and were knocked out. The head handyman glared at the fainted beasts and vowed that Issei would pay. In the Otherworld resort, Issei found a note on the throne room table. The note informed him that Rias was busy setting up the theater at Rockview Palace and asked him to meet her there. Issei scanned the maps and directory signs but could not locate Rockview Palace until a passerby approached and identified him. The passerby said that Master Rias had been speaking about him and that she was at the end of the East Wing. Issei thanked the helper and hurried to the East Wing. He stood before 2 large wooden doors, opened one, and stepped into a dark room. As the door closed behind him, a spotlight illuminated the stage. Orangello announced that the audience would enjoy a live-action retelling of Chichiryudai Dragon, and the crowd applauded as the show began. Tonight's episode was titled I Discovered a New Key. The curtain rose to reveal an actor portraying Issei Gremory, painting the scenery. Suddenly the stage shook, and a monster emerged from beneath. The villain declared that he would bury Issei deep underground and that the Switch Princess was already trapped, then covered the scene the actor was painting. He created quicksand that forced the actor to sink. The actor called for help. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed, a wave of water struck the villain, breaking its hold. The quicksand receded, leaving a large pit where the actor had been. A new figure appeared on a screen, Eurasia, portraying a goddess. The goddess, played by Eurasia, told Issei Gremory that his powers lay deep within him and that he should not be afraid. She explained that his strength could be unlocked by focusing on what mattered most to him and by channeling cherished memories and feelings into a single clear intention. She encouraged him to think of his favorite things and to let that emotional connection become the key to his power. As Issei was lifted from the pit, he concentrated on his memories of the Switch Princess and on the values that drove him. His armor coalesced around him in seconds, and he transformed into the chest dragon. Fully empowered, he launched himself at the underground Hulk and delivered a decisive blow. The villain shattered into harmless debris, and the pit filled in. Issei approached the Switch Princess, portrayed by Rias, who thanked him for saving her. He expressed relief that she was all right, and she asked how he had managed to transform. Without her. He only said that it was a secret she would learn in time. The live-action performance ended to enthusiastic applause. The actor who had played Issei then told the audience that there would be a special treat. He explained that while he was a volunteer who had portrayed Issei Gremory, the real Issei was present in the audience. When the spotlight found him, the crowd identified the real chess dragon among them and began to cheer. Chiniko and Fiba escorted Issei up the aisle and onto the stage. They encouraged him to demonstrate his abilities. Issei transformed into his scale mail, displayed his illegal move trident, and activated his night speed to zip across the theater. He ended the demonstration by pulling a guest onto the stage, and the audience applauded. After the performance, Grias and the others returned to the throne room. Grias asked Issei to sit at the table and brought out a large wooden box from the other side. She inquired how he had been feeling since his last visit. Issei told her that he felt great and that he always looked forward to visiting her, the resort, and this other world. It had always been painful for Issei to face another day in his ordinary world. He felt that Rias no longer tried to understand him, and the burden of running a large resort had taken over her mind. Grias welcomed him warmly and said she understood how he felt. She told him she was glad he had come and that she had never had someone so enthusiastic. She suggested that he might serve her, explaining that it would be nice if he stayed with them and that they could enjoy more activities together. She even offered to move his bedroom closer to hers so they could coordinate better. Issei asked whether she really meant for him to become her servant. Grias confirmed that she did and handed him a large wooden box. Inside was a red globe ball, which she explained was a symbol of service in her house. She compared it to the pawn tokens Rias used to signify bonds and told him she kept other colors on her shelf for choice. Issei hesitated as he considered the globe ball. Grias encouraged him not to stress and reminded him of how Rias had treated him. Other voices nearby urged him to accept the offer. Issei reviewed his options and memories. He recalled how, after defeating the head handyman summon creatures, he had only caused more trouble. He feared that Rias, aligned with the head handyman, might punish him for betraying his master. Convinced he needed a fresh start, Issei accepted the globe ball. The moment he accepted, the pawn tokens that had anchored him to Rias fell away like tiny pieces of light and flew outward. With them gone, Issei felt his bond to Rias dissolve. The globe ball became the token of his new service to Grias. From that night on, he no longer found himself returning to the real world when he slept in his room. In the real world, Rias had plans for the Gremory Gala. It had been a day since her confrontation with Issei, and Ravel worked through the pile of complaints to clear space in the office. If the complaints continued to accumulate, they would soon run out of places to sit. Although they had reduced the load in Rias's office, an additional 60 crates of complaints remained in the staff conference room. During a break, Ravel told Rias about what she had heard from Issei during his visit. Ravel suggested that Issei's point about people performing better when appreciated was worth considering. She observed that everyone was exhausted from overwork and that Rias had reacted by scolding them instead of honoring their efforts. Ravel warned that forcing the staff to continue without recognition would only worsen the problem and likely explained the rising number of complaints. She urged Rias to think about how making people work harder would fix the growing issues at the resort. Rias listened but remained focused on saving the resort. The Occult Research Club had been one of the main attractions. Without it, the resort would lose support and uniqueness and become vulnerable. Two competing resorts, the Leviathan Lodge and the Bail Box, offered more appealing deals and were running grand opening promotions. 3 days earlier, officials had given all 3 resorts provisional ratings that highlighted their shortcomings. The Leviathan Lodge was too new to rate, the Bail Box was still under construction, and the Gremory Gala did not meet all requirements for a 1-star rating. Rossweisseville had completed a hall of small shops and the Great Academy of Magic, which had drawn new visitors to her town. Many of these newcomers were swayed by competitive deals, and only 10% of visitors chose to stay at the Gremory Gala. Ravel proposed holding a celebration to mark the end of the grand opening PRD. She reminded Rias that a proper celebration would be an opportunity to show appreciation to the Occult Research Club for sticking together during a difficult time and might help boost morale before they returned to Japan. Rias checked her calendar and acknowledged that the end of the month was approaching. She agreed it would be nice to go home but refused to abandon the resort in its current state. The facility had declined from a flashy new attraction to a rundown space with falling reservations and too many vacancies. If she left now, she worried the resort would not survive. Ravel pointed out that the staff had been working excessive hours for weeks to resolve the backlog. Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko had been staying late to handle photo requests, and Asia and Gasper had been stretched thin as well. Ravel expressed concern for Issei's well-being too. Rias grew anxious. She saw how hard her servants had been working despite their complaints and wanted to reward them, but she also needed to save the resort. A practical voice reminded her that as a high-class devil, her status was measured by packs, ranking games, and conflicts. The resort had been an extra endeavor. Rias still felt the pressure of her reputation and believed that reviving the resort could prove she could manage a successful enterprise like other high-class devils. If it failed, she feared she would be seen as someone who could not run a business. Ravel then mentioned an invitation. She had heard that Serafal was holding a party at her resort to celebrate the first week of opening. For the event, Serafal planned an expanded performance of the Magical Girl Milky live-action show, and the producers and directors of the series were expected to attend. The news presented an opportunity and a potential avenue for drawing attention back to the Gremory Gala. Ravel suggested attending Serafal's party across the way since Rias did not have the mood to host. Rias agreed despite being at her limit, unable to refuse any more requests because she feared losing the loyalty of her servants. As Ravel left Rias's office, it was another day at the Gremory Gala. The resort had grown quiet and parts of it were being closed off. The handymen used the lull to rebuild and restore the facilities, but without Issei's strength they could not move many of the heavier replacement parts. The head handyman had assigned most of the heavy lifting to Issei, which left the others far less motivated to work. At the photo booth, Aquino, Kaneko, and Kiba limited their photo services to only a small fraction of requests and returned to wearing school uniforms, which left many customers dissatisfied. Aquino refused requests from male guests and Kiba refused requests from female guests, prompting a stream of complaints. Zenobia, Asia, and Gasper continued their therapy sessions with Irina on the resort roof. The roof's sunlight energized Irina and made it easier for her to lead their spiritual studies. The leaders of the heavens, especially Michael, had encouraged her use of the roof so her words could reach more people. Despite the sun's heat, Zenobia, Asia, and Gasper preferred those sessions to doing room and casino service for Rias. It was finally time for Serafal's event at the Leviathan Lodge. A staff member asked Serafal if the chosen room was large enough for the expected guests. Serafal assured them it was the largest available and explained that she intended to draw a crowd with a live-action performance. She hoped Sona would come to appreciate the Magical Girl Milky series. A teammate praised Serafal's enthusiasm and noted that Sona needed to loosen up. Serafal smiled warmly in response. Rias volunteered to help as party staff in an effort to bolster her reputation, and Sona volunteered as well, hoping to keep her sister's Magical Girl Milky fascination in check. Serorg and Surzex also pitched in since they had no other plans for the evening. Serafal chose the Miracle Ballroom for the celebration. The ballroom was vast, lit by 20 large chandeliers, and could double as a medium-sized theater. A stage on the right side was already set up and decorated for Serafal's Magical Girl Milky show. Rias and Sona ordered their peerages to prepare the 70 tables, each with 6 chairs. Sona's group worked efficiently, rolling tables into place and unfolding chairs with care. Rias's group, however, did a haphazard job. Tables were unevenly positioned and chairs were distributed inconsistently, with one table crowded with 10 chairs and another reduced to a single chair. Sona noticed and asked Rias if something was wrong. Rias said the servants were just tired and tried to remain optimistic that they would feel better once the party was over. Rias retreated to a private room to consider ways of reuniting her peerage. The original plan had been a 1-month grand opening before returning to Japan, but the current state of the resort made her consider extending the opening by another month to try to draw visitors back. Ravel urged Rias to recognize the resentment among her servants and reminded her that high-ranking devils had other means to improve their image. Rias felt torn. She could use tools from Azazel and the Grigori Institute to erase guests' memories of the resort and start over, but she feared such manipulation would invite criticism from devils, fallen angels, and angels. Serorg interrupted to tell Rias the party was about to begin. Rias rose and moved toward the ballroom, passing a long line of guests that included staff from other resorts and a few wealthy VIPs. Voices in the line circulated harsh opinions about her. People admired her appearance but criticized her as selfish and greedy, accused her of overworking staff and ignoring complaints, and claimed she had used force when things did not go her way. Other guests blamed poor planning for the resort's current mess. Rias ignored the comments and entered the ballroom. Once the tables were set, Sona and Serorg opened the doors for guests. Some tables were reserved, but most were open seating. During the party, Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko sat at a table with other hotel staff and shared stories of their frustrations and unhappiness with Rias's management decisions. Zenobia, Irina, Gasper, and Asia occupied another table while Irina conducted a brief Bible study session to help them cope with stress. 2 other guests joined in. Ravel took a seat at a VIP table with Rossweiss. Rossweiss spent the time promoting her inexpensive stores, insisting Ravel try products from a shop called Peach that sold beauty items for only 100 yen, which she equated to 1,000 kobits. Ravel counseled caution and tried to persuade Rossweiss to consider higher-end shops instead, explaining the risks of using cheap beauty products. The evening continued with Serafal's preparations for her performance and the various groups working through their tensions, each hoping the night would ease the strain and bring a measure of reconciliation. Rossweiss tried to assure Ravel that there was no such danger, but Serorg, who later arrived at the table, agreed with Ravel's concerns. The head handyman had been invited and had brought 5 of his favorite workers. Because they were not properly dressed, people avoided walking near them, making it seem as if there were a moat surrounding their table. Rias sat beside Surzex, and her club members seemed to have abandoned her. Sona sat with Serafal, Tsubasa, Benya, Lu, and such. 4 empty chairs remained in front of Rias. She hoped Issei would come to sit with her, but he was nowhere to be seen. Despite their argument the other day, she still wished for Issei's forgiveness at the party. Dinner was served, and everyone lined up at the buffet. Rias was one of the first to get food. When she returned to her seat, Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko were nearby in line and deliberately avoided her. Aquino refused to speak with a club president she felt only cared about her own interests. Kiba accused Rias of caring only about money. Kaneko's silence and posture made Rias feel further estranged. Rias stepped back in the line and saw Zenobia, Asia, Irina, and Gasper waiting as well. They all ignored her. Overwhelmed by negative energy, Rias ate her meal in silence, feeling more depressed as she watched others happily converse. Surzex attempted to comfort her and told her not to worry, but Rias grew more anxious when she noticed one person missing. Rias pointed out to Surzex that Issei was absent. Surzex shared her surprise and suggested asking around. Rias replied that asking others would be pointless since many of them would likely be dishonest with her. Surzex rose and began asking around for Issei, starting with the members of the Occult Research Club. He approached Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko first. Aquino said she had not seen Issei since the meeting and suggested Rias would know. Kiba insisted it was Rias's responsibility to watch over him. Kaneko, in her own reserved way, implied that Rias had not treated Issei well enough. None of their answers helped. Surzex moved on to Zenobia, Asia, Irina, and Gasper. They were surprised by the question, had no knowledge of Issei's whereabouts, and could only look around for signs of him. His last hope was Ravel and Rossweiss. Both had little contact with Issei since the town opened. Finding no answers anywhere, Surzex returned to Rias's table with no new information. The party continued until dessert. Serafal, who had been expected to prepare backstage for a show, called Surzex away for a private discussion. Surzex left his place and Sona took his seat beside Rias. Sona informed Rias that Surzex had been asking people about her servant Issei. Rias casually confirmed that Issei was absent. Sona then produced a small box and told Rias that Issei had left something behind. Inside the box were several chess pieces, and Rias recognized them immediately as the evil pieces she had once owned. Sona explained that the pieces had been identified as Rias's 8 pawns. Sona went on to say that she had not been the one to identify the pieces. A student from her institute had found them during fieldwork and reported them to the Lost and Found. One of her servants at the Lost and Found believed the pieces to be evil and, unsure of ownership, suggested calling Ajuka Beelzebub for help. Ajuka arrived, analyzed the pieces, and identified Rias as their owner. Rias realized she was in serious trouble. The Satans and even members of her own family would likely become involved. After the party, the guests spread throughout the common areas of the Leviathan Lodge. Some chose to play indoor golf in the basement. Serafal performed a live-action adaptation of Magical Girl Milky, inviting Kaneko and Gasper to be guest stars. Gasper played the boxed monster role known as the Danball Vampire God, and Kaneko portrayed a cat spirit. Serafal employed her powers to produce dazzling special effects that disappeared at the last moment, impressing the audience, who assumed she had invested heavily in production. Afterward, the directors offered guest roles on the actual Magical Girl Milky TV show to Gasper and Kaneko, but both declined. The directors also declined Serafal for the main role, explaining they already had an actress cast as Magical Girl Milky. The lively atmosphere persisted throughout the resort with one exception. Conference room inside sat the Gremmeries, the Citrus, the Occult Research Club, the Student Council, and representatives of the Satans, all focused on Rias and the 8 pawns with angry expressions. Rias found herself unable to speak. Aquino accused Rias of ignoring repeated warnings and prioritizing the resort over her peers, claiming that Rias had left them to work extra hours. Ravel added that Rias had neglected their training and duties while concentrating on the resort. Kiba and Zenobia complained that overtime had increased and their roles in the peerage had been neglected. Irina suggested, harshly, that Rias's actions had been reckless and needed to be addressed. Sona reminded Rias that she had warned her about this and reiterated that Rias had prioritized the resort beyond what she could manage. Sona reproached Rias for prioritizing the resort's appeal over its functionality. Rias apologized and looked down at the conference table, explaining that she had seen the potential success her servants brought and had been afraid of losing the chance. Sona reminded everyone that Issei had complained about the head handyman and asked why Rias had given him a pass for his misdeeds toward Issei. Rias admitted she had known about the problems with the head handyman and had hoped Issei could endure it only for a short PRD. She had planned to negotiate with both Issei and the handyman at the end of the month to avoid escalating the situation. In the end, the pressure and harsh treatment became too much for Issei to bear. Rias looked up and apologized again, saying she had wanted to show her potential and abilities. She explained that when she discovered her servants were the main attraction of the resort, she had leaned on that appeal. She had feared that reorganizing her administrative staff and moving her servants into management would hide their strengths and cause the resort to lose momentum. She described each member of her team as having unique, non-SXL qualities that drew guests. Aquino for her grace and warmth, Issei for his strong heart and determination, Asia for her kindness, and others for their own distinctive talents. Rias admitted she had exploited that appeal rather than find another way to maintain the resort's success. Aquino had noticed complaints from guests and staff about fatigue. She reported that the constant photo shoots and public appearances had become exhausting and monotonous, and staff fatigue had led to complaints in the administrative office. Ravel reminded Rias that a high-class devil's worth was not measured solely by the success of a resort. There were other paths to prestige such as the rating game, defending against threats, and the quality of packs. Rias's mother then took responsibility for pushing her daughter too hard. She explained that, when Rossweisseville planned to open a town in Asgard, the family had seen a business opportunity and chose Rias to run the resort to honor Rossweisseville and showcase Rias's abilities. After past successes with other ventures, the family had high hopes and pressured Rias to maintain the resort's early overbooked success. She admitted she had not anticipated that things would go as they had. Sona's mother, a friend of Rias's mother, urged vigilance, saying parents should monitor their children and watch over servants tied to family members. She noted that this man was destined to have a close role in Rias's life, making careful oversight all the more important. Rias, still staring at the pawn pieces on the table, wondered aloud why Issei had behaved as he did, confused and hurt by the situation. Sona's mother then turned to Surzex and criticized his oversight, questioning how he could manage the underworld as a Satan if unusual activity among devils went unnoticed. Surzex apologized, saying he had wanted to see his sister shine and had been proud of her accomplishments. He regretted not warning Rias earlier about the potential dangers. Serorg urged the group to focus on solutions rather than dwell on how the incident had occurred. Ajuka Beelzebub then read an official notice regarding Rias's standing. Ajuka explained that, while the House of Baal and other high-class devils would continue to acknowledge Rias as a pure-blood Gremmery, the privileges of owning evil pieces were under review. If found guilty of misconduct, Rias could be stripped of her evil pieces and her peerage transferred to other high-class devils. She could also be classified as a restricted high-class devil, permanently barred from obtaining evil pieces. Rias acknowledged this consequence. Ajuka expressed disappointment that Rias's family had been partially involved, noting historical abuses of the peerage system and the necessity of cracking down on those who misused it for personal gain. She referenced pressure following a past incident in which servants were used to aid a hostile group and explained that the current crackdown had already stripped many devils of their rights. From the feeling of the evil pieces, Ajuka reported that Issei Hayadu appeared to be alive somewhere. The pieces seemed to have left his body, indicating his body was likely intact, though his exact location remained untraceable. The possibility that Issei was still alive brought renewed hope to the Occult Research Club. Ajuka finished the notice and departed, creating a teleportation circle and leaving the conference to consider the next steps. With Ajuka gone, the meeting was dismissed and everyone returned to the party outside the conference room. Rias's and Sona's parents also took their leave. While everyone else returned to the festivities, Rias remained in the room with tears streaming from her eyes, lamenting that she had sent Issei away and fearing she could never find another like him. A familiar voice came from the doorway, declaring that there was someone who could take Issei's place. Rias recognized the head handyman and, wiping her tears, ordered him to come in. She demanded to know where Issei was. The head handyman answered that he had thought they were discussing a replacement and offered himself as a candidate. He admitted he did not know where Hayadu had gone, claiming Hayadu had run off again and that when he tried to use his monster to catch him, Hayadu had destroyed it and fled. He pressed his offer to be the replacement again, insisting he could fill the role if that was what Rias wanted. Rias held up her 8 pawn pieces and asked the head handyman to explain them. He misunderstood at first, assuming they were ordinary chess pieces and joking about buying a set to assign to his own staff and play human chess. He even suggested being a pawn himself and bringing his top handyman. Rias cut him off and clarified that these were not ordinary chess pieces but the markers she used to identify her servants. The head handyman laughed nervously and continued to pretend ignorance, suggesting the pieces might be extra purchases from a nearby flea market. To prove the pieces' true nature, Rias activated their power. Because Issei was no longer linked to them, none of his weapons responded. Unlike when Issei had previously died under Samuel's curse, the pieces had once been linked telepathically to his soul, which had been sealed within the scale mail of the boosted gear. Now the pieces simply glowed red. The head handyman treated the display as a neat magic trick and tried to steer the conversation back to chess. Rias demanded answers again, insisting he tell her where Issei had gone and whom the pieces represented. She made it clear that if he understood why she was asking, he should know what she wanted from him. The head handyman continued to joke and digress, and Rias's anger deepened until a palpable killing intent pressed against him. Feeling the pressure, he grew more desperate and began to criticize Issei, hoping that disparaging the boy and offering himself as a replacement would placate Rias. He called Issei the worst delinquent he had ever met, complained about the extra work and damage Issei caused, and said that Issei's poor performance made him unfit to be Rias's servant. He argued that Rias should pick him instead and boasted that he would be 10 times better and 10 times more loyal. Rias replied that she had read the reports and acknowledged Issei's poor marks, but she expected reasonable remedies from his boss. If Issei had failed, Rias believed the boss bore some responsibility. The head handyman insisted he had done everything, fined him, disciplined him, even attacked him with a monster, and still failed to improve Issei. Rias told him that an effective leader would not drive someone to run away and that his methods disqualified him from being acceptable. The head handyman became frantic and tried one last time to convince Rias by criticizing Issei further, but his words only confirmed his own unsuitability in Rias's eyes. The head handyman complained that Issei could not concentrate, that his mind was filled with nothing but muscles, and that he was so careless that the other servants were always dressing him and cleaning up after him. He argued that Issei did not understand high-class society and would tarnish Rias's pristine image. He offered many reasons why Issei was unfit. Rias asked the head handyman what made him better than Issei. The head handyman hesitated and then explained that he had undergone rigorous training on how to care for a high-class person. He said he had spent years at Hakuriryu Academy learning to serve elite families and that he had served the daughter of the Mortiso Corporation, who had praised him despite her arrogance. He claimed that praise had earned him recognition as the best servant of his year and that such an honor from an elite school proved his qualifications. Rias acknowledged his background but pressed him for a direct answer. She demanded to know where Issei was and what he had done to warrant his absence. Rias insisted that she did not care about the head handyman's dreams and credentials. She wanted facts about Issei. The head handyman repeated his objections to Issei, insisting he did not know Issei's whereabouts and urging Rias to forget Issei and choose him instead. He argued that the only problem was a missing servant and that replacing Issei should be easy. He implored Rias to pick him and his team, claiming they would be far more productive. Rias slammed her fist down on the conference table, the impact causing a crack to appear. She declared that the issue was not simply replacing a servant. It was about principle. No one had the right to push her servants out, no matter how flawed. Belonged to her, she said, and she would not have him taken or dismissed lightly. She stepped toward the head handyman with a hostile aura, making it clear she was ready to act, but he would not back down. The head handyman grew impatient and defensive. He recounted his grievances with Issei, saying the young man had the worst performance he had ever seen and yet received special favors. To counter that perceived favoritism, the handyman claimed he had limited Issei's perks, made his sleeping arrangements the same as everyone else's, and placed him under strict conditions so Issei's deficiencies would be obvious without any special treatment. He argued that everything Issei had, the handyman and his top 7 workers had equal or better, and insisted again that replacing Issei with him would improve the team's productivity. The handyman's words grew heated, and he began to radiate a threatening aura to intimidate Rias. Rias responded that she had observed the consequences of Issei's absence, an increase in holes, water damage, and areas in serious need of cleaning. While Issei had been doing the work, The others had been wasting time. She accused the head handyman and his crew of playing cards, drinking, and ridiculing Issei's imagination and his relationship with her. She demanded to know how he could prove he would do the job better or find a suitable replacement. Rias's scrutiny exposed the head handyman's abusive behavior. She realized that, out of jealousy and resentment, he had overburdened Issei with excessive work and d'espionage to wear him down and create grounds for negative reports. He had exploited every opportunity to punish Issei and levy unfair fines. Before Issei sought refuge at the Citri Institute of Defense, he had handled almost 2/3 of the handyman jobs. Once those tasks vanished, the other handymen had more time to play games and drink, and their bets grew into gossip about who Rias might favor next, extending even to the other girls in the occult research club. Aquino, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Gasper, Ravel, Rossweiss, and Kaneko. Rias told the head handyman she knew what he and his favorite employees had been doing and reminded him he worked directly under her. If he could not perform his duties properly, she would find someone else to fill his position. The head handyman panicked at the threat of dismissal. He protested that Rias was basing her judgment on observation and that she had to be fair. He offered once more to prove his worth. If she would give him the chess pieces and make him a servant, he and his top 7 employees would demonstrate their qualifications. He reached for the pawn pieces and tried to force himself into her service. Rias used her magic to teleport the chess pieces and the would-be applicants to another location. The head handyman, caught off guard, tried to change the subject and asked how the teleportation worked, but Rias declined to engage further. She said she had said all she needed to say, and that continuing the conversation would go in circles. She ended the meeting and left, leaving the head handyman to deal with the consequences. Rias said she had some business to take care of as she headed for the door. The head handyman stepped forward, shut the door, and blocked her exit. He was suddenly filled with rage, veins standing out on his forehead. He announced that he would not allow her to leave, arguing that someone who played favorites was unfit to manage a company. If she did not accept him into her group, he would find another way and reveal his true powers. The moment he finished, his uniform tore and his body began to change. His skin shifted in color, veins multiplied, and his shape altered into the same monstrous form that had attacked earlier. It became clear that he was the origin of those monsters. He swelled in size until he was 3 stories tall, puncturing the roof of the Leviathan Lodge. He kicked and obliterated the conference room and several adjacent spaces. The sounds of collapsing ceilings and shattering glass echoed through the resort, frightening guests and staff alike. Seraphal reacted with alarm. As both a Satan and the owner of the resort, she immediately sounded the fire alarm and began directing the evacuation. The head handyman seized Seraphal and flung her far from the resort. She flew for what felt like miles and crashed into the Citri Institute of Defense. Sona and the student council hurried to her aid. The head handyman, still towering and furious, turned his attention back to Rias and demanded her approval, presenting his transformation as proof of his qualifications. Rias refused him outright, stating that attacking one of their leaders disqualified anyone from serving her. She classified him as a terrorist for having assaulted a Satan and declared it their duty to stop him. She prepared to unleash her power of destruction. In response, the head handyman hurled a colossal fist at Rias. She struck it with her destructive power, creating a single hole in the middle of the fist, but the injury sealed almost instantly as he regenerated. Before she could launch another attack, the fist connected with her and sent her flying several feet. The handyman then stormed through the resort, crushing conference rooms, tearing open hallways, and smashing a salad bar in his path. Each of his steps produced enormous shockwaves that stunned nearby people and sent fragile magical milky decorations crashing down, injuring and disorienting those inside the Leviathan Lodge. He tracked Rias to a meadow and scooped her up in his massive hand, lifting her to his mouth so that every word he spoke would push overwhelming sound pressure at her. He tried to intimidate her with that force, demanding to know whether his display of power was sufficient and whether she would accept him as her servant. Rias stayed silent and refused to yield. He insisted that if she made him her servant he would release her, and if not he would convince her with the power of his fist, threatening to take all her servants away if necessary. He tightened his grip, squeezing with intent to compel compliance. Rias struggled under the pressure and could not speak, but she showed no sign of conceding. Just as the hand seemed about to crush her completely, the head handyman unexpectedly toppled forward and lost his hold. Rias dropped free, badly hurt and gasping for breath. She looked down and saw Kaneko standing near a massive footprint. As the rook of her peerage, Kaneko had used her strength to resist the beast's weight and push him over. Kaneko said that she had infused a touch of spiritual energy into his foot when she shoved him, which should keep him down for a while. The handyman, rubbing at his foot and complaining about the pain, warned that he still had his hands and could crawl back. He rolled to his knees and began to crawl toward Kaneko, moving with an unsettling speed despite his size. He closed in and reached out to grab her. Before his left hand could touch Kaneko, streaks of holy lightning crackled across the air and shocked him. A fallen angel hovered above, mocking the giant and promising DSD. It was Aquino, using lightning to paralyze him. The handyman answered by whipping out a long tail and sending Aquino flying into the city hall of Rossweisseville, where debris struck nearby shops. With Aquino temporarily out of the fight, he turned back toward Kaneko. Zenobia and Kiba intervened, appearing between the giant and Kaneko and slashing at his hands. The cuts looked like they might hold, but the handyman's flesh sealed itself rapidly. He taunted them, saying that no matter where they cut he could regenerate. Zenobia and Kiba aimed their swords to strike in unison, but the head handyman struck them with a massive blow that sent them crashing into the Gremmery Gala and scattered the remaining guests. The head handyman bellowed that no one could stop him. The clash continued to unfold across the resort and the surrounding town as the student leaders rallied to defend the civilians and one another, each action punctuated by explosive, anime-style impacts rather than gore. The battle shifted from room to room and street to street, with the peerage working to protect the guests, evacuate the injured, and counter the giant's relentless assault. The head handyman proclaimed that as long as he could regenerate, he was unstoppable. He smashed through Kaneko's Senjutsu barrier and barreled toward the Leviathan Lodge, tearing parts of the hotel loose and hurling them at the Occult Research Club. He taunted the group and called to Rias, insisting he was fit to be her servant. When he reached the administrative level of the Leviathan Lodge, a shadowy surge erupted from below and seized him, preventing him from advancing. The darkness reformed into Gasper, who insisted he would not let the handyman escape because he had harmed Rias and Issei. The head handyman reacted in fury and tried to use his regeneration, but Rossweiss stood on the rooftop of the Leviathan Lodge with magic circles surrounding her and used a spell to cancel his healing. Rossweiss explained that someone who had wrecked the city would not be welcome. As he tried to lunge upward, a dragon of holy lightning struck him and stunned him. Aquino, nursing minor injuries, dismissed his boast as childish and unimpressive. Then an army of dragon knights led by Zenobia and Kiba arrived and executed a coordinated assault that battered him, leaving him reeling. Kaneko, in Chiron mode, amplified her senjutsu and forced the handyman back down to his smaller, monster form. The handyman protested that the group had used underhanded techniques. Rossweiss called on Rias to finish the confrontation. Rias, fully recovered thanks to Asia's aid, approached and spoke to him about what it meant to belong to their group and about the value of each servant's unique abilities. She asked whether brute strength and regeneration alone were truly special enough to join them. The handyman pleaded for a chance, but Rias announced there was one more technique he had not seen. She prepared a concentrated demonic technique, an extinguished star, and warned him it was her final move. He begged to be spared and offered to help find Issei, but Rias activated the technique. The sphere of demonic light enveloped him and sealed him away in a burst of power that left only a large crater where he had stood. Rias dismissed him and then looked around at everyone, puzzled by their united support. She remembered how they had once been upset with her for ignoring their requests, and she wondered aloud internally why they had come to her aid this time. After the incident in Rossweisseville, construction was temporarily halted and workers were reassigned to repair the city. City Hall, the Defense Institute, and several small shops remained open because the damage there was minor. The Gremmery Gala and the Leviathan Lodge, however, were closed for repairs, The Leviathan Lodge had suffered heavy damage and the Gremory Gala's condition had worsened. With many resorts out of commission, the Occult Research Club and Serafal's group took refuge at the Bail Box, the only resort still operating. Rias and members of the Occult Research Club were booked into the ultra-prestige suite, the largest suite at the Bail Box. It was a 2-floor suite with room for several guests and balconies on both floors. Rias and the club sat together in the living room, while Sona, Serafal, Serorg, and Surzex took chairs at the conference table. Rias asked why everyone had helped her despite the past grievances and the ways she had been criticized as a high-class devil. There was a brief silence before Gasper spoke first, explaining that he did not want to be separated from Rias and sent to another master. Rias observed Gasper's tears and understood the fears he carried as a half-vampire. Asia followed, saying she felt at home with Rias and that she feared being taken away by a dangerous figure like Diodora if not for Issei and Rias's protection. Kaneko added that being together felt like family. Rias listened as Aquino then explained more fully. Aquino reminded her that they functioned as a family, supporting each other and achieving better results together than they could apart. They had been upset when Rias had neglected their concerns while running the Gremory Gala, because they had grown overworked and needed adjustments. Aquino said that the Rias she had first met would have understood and made changes to protect their well-being. Rias apologized sincerely. She admitted she had lost control and had not anticipated the effects of the resort opening, including the sudden attention they had received as public figures. She resolved to do better and to remember the family she had in her servants and allies. Rias's family was pushing her hard to maintain the resort's popularity. Her brother wanted to install a more advanced barrier in the underworld, and Rossweiss needed to pay off her loans to build the city. Surzex reassured Rias that she did not need to worry so much. He understood her desire for recognition in the underworld, but it was his duty as a Satan to secure funding for the project. Rossweiss added that Rias did not need to worry about her either. If Rossweiss wanted to be successful, her city needed to be self-sufficient, and in the worst case she could pass the debt to Odin, who had underpaid her while she served as his bodyguard. Rias smiled and admitted she might have overdone things a little. Kiba steered the conversation back to the main issue. He pointed out that despite Rias's recent neglect, none of them wanted to leave her. Losing the rights to maintain peerage would benefit no one. There was a strong chance new masters would treat them poorly, since many high-class devils valued heritage and tradition over the welfare of their servants. If they were reassigned, they might be traded like commodities. Serorg and Sona nodded in agreement. Aquino explained that when they had been reincarnated into Rias's peerage, it had felt like adoption rather than being forced into servitude. Each of them had endured miserable lives before Rias saved them. Aquino recalled being saved from assassination by her ancestors because of her fallen angel blood. Kaneko stated that Rias had rescued her from execution after her sister's crimes. Asia said Rias had saved her from Rainier, who had sought Asia's sacred gear. Gasper noted that Rias had saved him from vampire hunters and abandonment by his family. Zenobia credited Rias with giving her a new life after exile by the church for her beliefs. Kiba and Rossweiss described Rias's intervention after cruel experiments and abandonment, respectively. Each spoke of how deeply they valued being given a new life by Rias rather than being used or discarded. Sona then urged Rias to return to the person she had been before. Rias could change back, Ajuka-sama would pardon her and reinstate her rights to peerage, and Issei would be glad to see the old Rias who would not allow others to take advantage of her. Sona asked Rias whether she agreed with her peerage and whether she was willing to work together with them again. Rias brightened and stood to make a declaration. She promised to listen to their concerns from then on, to work with them as a team to address the problems they faced, and to make everyone, including Issei, feel at home with her. The members of the Occult Research Club Serafal, Sona, Surzex, and Serorg applauded as Rias bowed to them, marking a reunion. After the applause, Rias asked why Serafal and the others had not intervened when the head handyman had knocked her away. Serafal smiled and said she had wanted to see Rias shine on her own. Sona clarified that she had told her sister not to get involved. They had all listened to the argument and wanted to observe how Rias would react. Sona explained that both peerages knew the head handyman had been subjecting Issei to harsh treatment and falsifying weekly reports to shift blame onto him. Because Rias had been focused on the resort, he had been given too many bonuses and leniencies. They had needed to see whether Rias would recognize her mistakes and correct them. They agreed that Rias had made the right decision. They had expected the head handyman to disagree and that a confrontation might occur. The unexpected physical altercation was an unfortunate but possible outcome. Sona added that it was acceptable for her sister to postpone performances for a few weeks while they dealt with the priority at hand, admitting she was relieved not to have to constantly monitor her from going overboard on stage. Serafal protested that if she stopped her performances, guests might leave, and she immediately began brainstorming a special script to attract even more visitors when the resort reopened. She suggested a sister-to-sister episode and offered Sona a co-starring role. Sona, embarrassed, refused and fled the suite as Serafal cheerfully tried to call the show's producer and director. The exchange left Sona mortified and Serafal excited. With Serafal and Sona out of the room, Serorg and Surzex decided to end the discussion for the night. Serorg remarked that it was getting late and suggested they continue the conversation tomorrow. The following night, Rias, Asia, and Aquino slept in the master bedroom. The bed felt comfortable, and the three of them silently wished that Issei could share in that comfort. Upstairs in another bedroom, Zenobia and Irina shared a bed while Kaneko and Rossweisseville shared another. Kiba, Gasper, and Ravel occupied the classic Achiever suite down the hall, which had balconies and a living room with a conference table. Unlike the ultra-prestige suite, the classic Achiever suite had only one bedroom upstairs, accommodating 3 guests, and a downstairs powder room. Serfel and her servants took up the remaining classic Achiever suites. The next morning, Sona placed a wake-up call and announced that the Citri Institute of Defense had reserved an unused classroom for the group to begin investigating Issei's disappearance. Everyone acknowledged the arrangement and prepared to leave. As the others went to the Citri Institute of Defense, Serorg asked Rias for a private moment to show her around his resort and offer advice on managing a resort while leading a peerage. He explained that he wanted to demonstrate how he balanced those responsibilities, since Rias had mentioned struggling with it. Rias agreed that the opportunity could be useful once her own resort was rebuilt and said she would arrange her schedule around the investigation. As they walked down the halls, Serorg outlined his philosophy. He said that relying solely on fame and celebrity was not enough, and compared the situation to his own rise in the Bale clan. He had focused on strengths that could not be easily countered and trained to exploit weaknesses in opponents who depended on a single power. He suggested that Rias's resort had suffered because it depended too heavily on the celebrity of her peerage members. When those members left, there was nothing left to attract guests, and poor management had led to complaints that damaged the resort's reputation. Rias listened, inwardly resentful at how her cousin had so readily identified her failures, but she accepted the criticism and vowed to work on improvements. Serorg then demonstrated the standards he expected. One of his peerage carefully ironed bed sheets and blankets until there were no wrinkles. Another prepared the dining hall, polishing silverware until it shone and inspecting plates and cups for any defects. A third vacuumed methodically, double-checking missed spots, and the staff greeted arriving guests with polite, attentive service. Serorg explained that high-quality, consistent service would bring repeat customers and sustain the resort long-term, and he offered Rias these ideas to incorporate when her resort reopened. Rias thanked him and promised to focus on rebuilding after resolving the Issei situation. Later that afternoon, Rias returned to the Gremery Gala to inspect the restoration progress. Large sections had been demolished and rebuilt from scratch. The previous head handyman had left the resort in such poor condition that many repairs were impractical. While surveying the ruins, Rias recognized a familiar worker, Kongo Kuruma, who had been the favorite of the dismissed head handyman. Kongo lamented the firing and blamed Hayadu for running away and defying orders. Rias approached with a sharp, dangerous calm. She made it clear that she would not tolerate any further disparagement of Issei and warned that continued insults would have serious consequences for his employment. Kongo, frightened by her intensity, quickly recanted and promised to behave. Rias left him and continued her inspection. At the spot where the boiler room had been, an object with an unusual aura rolled to a stop at her feet. Rias picked it up and found an action figure of Issei. Though it looked ordinary, she sensed something unfamiliar emanating from it, a presence that did not feel of this world, the underworld, or heaven. She wondered where it had come from. At that moment, Sona arrived and greeted Rias, noting the timing was perfect. Sona led them through the boiler room where Issei had slept and then fell silent when she felt something odd. Sona told Rias she sensed something coming from the figure in Rias's hands and asked if Rias had felt it too. Rias confirmed that the feeling did not originate from their world. Sona called it a breakthrough, noting that the only concrete fact so far was that Issei had gone to another world, and she invited Rias to return to the Sitri Institute of Defense to go over their findings. Rias agreed to join the investigation. Back at the Sitri Institute of Defense, Rias entered a classroom that had been unused until recently and was now scattered with possible evidence related to Issei's disappearance. Sona greeted Rias and pointed out that they still had very little to work with. Most of the material collected so far amounted to rubble from the Gremry Gala, suggesting the Student Council and the Occult Research Club had not made much progress. Sona added that the head handyman had done an effective job of keeping Issei out of public view, which explained the falsified reports circulating the previous day. Rias asked Sona not to bring up that person, and Sona apologized before moving on. Sona then reviewed the observation notes she had gathered from everyone in the room and said that, while they did not provide many answers, the notes reinforced the suspicion that Issei had entered another world. Before summarizing, she reached into a pile of rubble and pulled out several colorful fragments. Sona explained that they had found the pieces on a wall in the hotel's ground floor hallway and had the construction team remove the mural for inspection. She asked Rias if she recognized the image. Rias identified the mural as Issei's work. The assembled fragments revealed a painting of members of the Occult Research Club at a water park, but the hair and eye colors of everyone except Issei were different, an oddity Rias felt was intentional. Asia pointed at the figure resembling her and complained about the blue hair and how the painting made her look heavier. Zenobia smirked and remarked that Issei had at least gotten her hair color right in that version, while Aquino noted a desire for a pink shade and Kiba commented that a darker color made the painted figure look younger. The others made similar observations, and the room buzzed with light-hearted argument. When the commotion died down, Rias grew serious and said she had a sense those girls were not the real club members. Rias recalled Issei telling her he had learned people performed better when they felt appreciated rather than treated as servants, and she wondered aloud who might have said that to him. She studied the figure beside Issei in the mural and said she did not remember ever speaking like that to him. Sona came closer and asked what Rias was implying. Rias insisted that the person beside Issei was not her, and that Issei must have painted the mural to show appreciation for someone else. Therefore, the image did not depict the real girls. The declaration shocked everyone. Zenobia, affronted by the idea of an imposter sharing her appearance, reached for her sword and threatened the mural until Irina and Asia intervened and calmed her down. Sona seized on the idea and suggested that the existence of near replicas might mean Issei had entered a mirror version of their world, an alternate place where people looked almost identical. She flipped through her notes and found Saji's observations to connect to the mural. Sona read Saji's notes aloud, explaining that Issei had been repeatedly visiting the forbidden waterfall in the corner of Rossweisseville. Sona and Saji had warned him against going there because people who frequented the spot tended to disappear. Despite the warnings, Issei had continued his visits and had likely become a victim. Rias expressed surprise at how dangerous the place could be. Sona reminded Rias that she had previously opposed building the city on that plot of land, arguing it was perilous for ordinary humans who lacked the powers and senses devils possessed. Those humans could be lured in and vanish, causing fear and panic and potentially damaging Rossweisseville's reputation. Fortunately, that section of the city was still under development and saw few visitors. Rias apologized for not heeding the warning and asked Sona to explain more. Sona replied that legends said the waterfall granted wishes to anyone who came near it. Sona explained that the wishes tied to the forbidden waterfall were so powerful that people would eventually return and attach themselves to it, slowly withdrawing from others until they disappeared entirely. Based on the mural, Sona suggested the waterfall must have granted Issei's wishes by creating a doorway to another dimension, most likely a copy of their world in which all of Issei's wishes had been fulfilled. Rias looked down at the desk and admitted that, if she had known Issei was visiting such a dangerous place regularly, she would have stopped him. She confessed that she had never understood why Issei resented their world so much until now and questioned why she had not done more to help him. Rias's anger at what the head handyman had done manifested in pounding the desk. Sona urged Rias to calm down and reminded her that anger would not change what had already happened. They needed every resource to solve the mystery and rescue Issei. Rias acknowledged Sona's point, though she found the situation heartbreaking. She wondered aloud why the inhabitants of the other world were so welcoming to Issei and whether they wanted something from him. Drake entered their thoughts and warned that this could be dangerous for Issei. Aquino quickly roused the group, and Aquino asked Sona where the forbidden waterfall was located. Sona began to warn them about a crucial detail, but before she could finish, the Occult Research Club dashed out the door. Though they feared Drake falling into the wrong hands, the members were more concerned about what might happen to Issei. The student council followed them, acknowledging they had no choice but to pursue. Rias and the Occult Research Club arrived at the supposed location of the forbidden waterfall and found no falls at all. Instead there was a ruined ledge, crushed rocks, bent trees, and countless claw marks across the ground. The escarpment that had supported the waterfall was gone, leaving only a gentle slope for the river to flow downstream. Aquino scanned the scene and asked where the waterfall had been, and Kiba questioned whether a waterfall had really stood here. Zenobia, who had memorized a page from their history textbook showing a waterfall in this spot, noted that something did not add up. As they discussed the changed landscape, a flock of flying monsters swooped in and attacked in a sudden burst of motion. The monsters declared that they recognized the girls and accused them of having killed their master, vowing to take revenge. When Rias asked who their master was and why they were here, the monsters replied that they had been ordered to seize someone who had escaped into the waterfall. The person had vanished through the doorway and the monsters had been unable to reopen it, so they had destroyed the waterfall to try to force an entry, expecting the person to return to the same place. Rias smirked and taunted that their tactic was primitive and that, like their master, they relied on brute force rather than strategy. Asia cautioned that it was unwise to speak down to them because it might provoke a fight, but Rias said she had a plan. The monsters insisted they would do whatever it took to avenge their master and surged forward to attack. As the monsters lunged, Rias executed her plan and held out an offer. If they promised not to fight, she would tell them the truth. The monsters agreed and paused. Rias explained that their master was not dead. The sphere they had seen her throw had only been a barrier, used to prevent him from escaping while he was being teleported to a prison cell in the underworld after being charged with attacking one of their leaders. Rias created a magic circle beside her and told the monsters that if they wished to visit their master, entering the circle would link them to the visitor entrance of the underworld prison. The monsters entered the circle and when Rias closed it, they found themselves in a secure cell in the underworld. They would be held there until Surzex and Serafal decided what to do with. Sona applauded Rias for her cleverness, and Rias replied that if those monsters could trick her, she could trick them in return. Sona then presented her research, pointing out that the doorway opened only under specific conditions. The person seeking the other world had to be desperate, the waterfall needed to be at full stream, and it had to be nighttime. Rias noted that this explained why the monsters had been unable to enter and had instead destroyed the ledge that once held the waterfall. With no waterfall, the site was useless as a portal, so the Occult Research Club and the Student Council returned to the classroom to brainstorm. Sona had Saji collect all journals and publications about the dream world and the waterfall. As they searched, Tsubasa found a useful paper and reported that the former waterfall had served as a portal. Even though the physical waterfall was destroyed, the other world still existed. He explained that destroying a waterfall was like destroying a door. Removing the visible gateway did not erase the place it led to. Sona concluded that it was possible to create another doorway to that other world, and with such a doorway they could set different requirements so everyone could enter safely. The major obstacle, she noted, was that they still lacked the address and location of the other world. Sona asked if anyone had anything from the other world that might let them extract an address and create a new doorway. The question gave Rias an idea. Rias produced the mysterious figure from her pocket and placed it on the table, asking Sona if she remembered it and noting the strange aura that seemed to cling to it. Sona picked up the figure and confirmed that it looked exactly like Issei. Aquino examined it and observed that whoever had made it must be from that other world. She added that none of their devil powers could decipher the aura and that the only way forward was to open the figure, though there were no obvious screws or fastenings to use. Kiba and Bennia moved quickly and used their weapons to pry the figure apart in a sudden, practiced burst of action. Inside were only plastic parts, a battery compartment, and a small central circuit board held to the assembly by a purple crystal. Oros took the crystal with tweezers and examined it closely. Oros noted that the odd aura seemed to originate from the crystal and that the key to the other world was likely encoded there. Sona asked whether any angelic or fallen angel abilities could help. Irina explained that angels could not decipher it, as their powers were tied to light. Aquino echoed that her mixed nature did not give her access to the crystal's secrets either. Sona then proposed a careful analysis of the board to determine the device's purpose and how it connected to the crystal. They examined the central circuit board as a group and found that most components linked directly to the purple crystal, but two devices stood out. Rias pointed out that one module was a microphone and another a small camera. Aquino concluded that the device appeared designed to spy on Issei, and that without understanding the crystal they could make no further progress. Rossweisseville suggested calling on the magicians. She explained that, as the granddaughter of a renowned magician, she had learned that magic relies on manipulating equations and processing patterns in ways similar to how a computer processor operates. She believed her grandmother could apply that expertise to decode the crystal's stored data. Rias brightened at the idea and embraced Rossweisseville warmly in gratitude. Rossweisseville agreed to contact her grandmother, and because the town was close to Rossweisseville's homeland, Gondor arrived quickly to help. Gondor took the crystal and explained that its structure resembled magical coding equations and calculations rather than ordinary circuitry. Gondor was confident she could decipher the crystal and locate the link to the dream world, but she would need time. She asked the others to rest while she worked. Everyone returned to their rooms except Rias, who stayed in the classroom to watch Gondor's progress. As Rias dozed while observing, other members of the occult research club quietly joined her, and they could hear her murmur Issei's name in her sleep. The next morning Gondor announced a breakthrough to the gathered club. She had reversed the crystal's communication link so the device's microphone could function as a speaker, allowing them to receive audio from the dream world. When Gondor powered the figure, they first heard static, then tuned it until a distressed voice cried out for help. Rias immediately recognized the voice as Issei's. In the dream world, Issei woke to dim sunlight through his bedroom window and noticed the space beside him was empty. Rias usually slept next to him, and she was not there that morning, but Issei was not worried because she was often busy preparing the household for the day. The bedroom door opened and two attendants rolled a cart of breakfast in. Issei recognized one voice as Eurasia's. Eurasia presented the meal, having prepared it based on the requests Issei had made the night before. After he finished, Rias appeared to greet him and remarked that Eurasia was improving at adapting her cooking to his tastes. Rias then told Issei to hurry because the staff had finished testing some zero-G hoverboards and they wanted him to try them. Issei dressed quickly and went to the roof, where everyone was setting up hoverboards. Fiba handed Issei his board, and he examined the unfamiliar technology with curiosity, noting that Earth had nothing like it. Rias arrived and encouraged him, saying they would begin with easy challenges and try the trickier ones later. Rias instructed everyone to watch as she demonstrated. Rias and the others activated their hoverboards and rose into the sky. Rias engaged a special feature that emitted colored smoke from the boards, each plume matching the rider's hair. Using the colored smoke, they began drawing many pictures in the sky: a park, a scene of space, and other simple sceneries. Rias called to Issei for some red coloring. Issei gladly accepted and mounted his hoverboard. He added red accents to the scene, and none of the others criticized his choices. Grias praised him for his work. Orangelo hovered up to Grias and noted that Issei was learning quickly, suggesting they move on to a more complicated lesson. Grias agreed and asked Issei to add curls, crosshatches, and some shading. Issei set to work adding texture and detail, thinking to himself that it was fun and admiring Grias's creative approach. When the colors began to fade, Grias had Issei attempt harder maneuvers, creating more detailed pictures in the sky. Issei not only practiced jumps and dots but also joined hands with one of the other girls so their colors could mix and form new shades. By the end of the day, Issei returned to his bedroom feeling happy, remembering the fun he had with the hoverboards. Issei thanked Grias, saying that every day was always an exciting day for him. Grias was pleased and told him to go to sleep, reminding him there would always be another great day ahead. Since Issei had given up Rias's peerage pieces, Grias had been providing him with non-stop entertainment. Issei admired Grias's ability to turn work into play, and the activities she planned never repeated. The day before, they had spent time on a riverboat that passed through a tunnel where movies played on the walls. Earlier, Issei had tested a 4D virtual simulator shooter at the arcade, dueling FIBA and winning. A week ago, he had visited Cottonville, bouncing on cushions the size of a basketball court, climbing tall nets, and swinging on a stuffed moon crescent tied to the ceiling. Another day, Issei and the others helped install and test new special effects equipment at the theater: black lights, smoke, water effects, controlled flame effects, lasers, and pyrotechnics. To make the work exciting, Grias had everyone create their own combinations of special effects and test them. Before long, it became a competition to see who could produce the most impressive display. As the days passed, Issei continued to enjoy the activities that Grias and the others prepared, but eventually he began to frown. The activities felt routine and no longer exciting. He grew tired and decided he wanted to stay in his bedroom. Grias greeted Issei in the morning and told him that their Voyager XP submarine had arrived and that they would be exploring the depths of Monsoon Lake. Issei said he would like to rest that day instead. Grias found the response unusual and expressed concern, asking if something was wrong. Issei explained that he was simply tired from all the recent activities and wanted to rest. Grias allowed him to stay behind and told him not to hesitate to ask for help if he needed anything, expressing that everyone cared about his well-being. Left alone, Issei reflected on life in the dream world. He thought it was an excellent place. He had a caring master, the people were friendly, and there was always good food. There were also so many exciting places to explore in the world, such as a 5-story library on Main Street. Wherever he walked, he was treated like a prince. Yet despite all of this, he could not shake a feeling of unease. The head handyman was not around, and neither was the Occult Research Club, who had admired that man. He no longer had to do hard labor or face punishments for small mistakes. Something else felt missing, and Issei wondered if too much paradise had dulled his sense of satisfaction. Unable to sort his feelings alone, Issei asked Draig for advice. Draig admitted difficulty in understanding Issei at times but agreed that an excess of fun could become tiring. He prompted Issei to consider his life back home: the training, the hard work to impress Rias, the admiration he felt for her, and the value he placed on his 8 pawns no matter the battles he faced. Draig reminded him that his rapid rise in power had drawn foes from many directions, and that the long, difficult journey that led to becoming Rias's fiancée made the paradise that followed all the more rewarding. Helping the girls in the Occult Research Club with their problems had earned their admiration, and enjoying activities as the result of accomplishments had given true satisfaction. Issei thought Draig had many valid points but countered that the Rias he remembered from the past had changed. He felt the present Rias had become selfish and focused on running the resort at others' expense, and he believed his efforts had been wasted. Draig listened and suggested that Rias likely still had thoughts of Issei and might simply be under pressure from her superiors over resort and financial issues. Draig noted that now that Issei had disappeared and given away his pawns, Rias was probably crying in her office, and maybe the other girls were too. Issei responded with uncertainty, wondering why Draig still trusted Rias. Draig warned that the comforts Issei was currently enjoying were not grounded in real accomplishments and that, from past experience, such situations often led to dangerous traps. He explained that some of his former owners had faced similar fates and had their souls locked inside the sacred gear before their bodies were lost. Those souls had remained in the gear until they were restored later. Issei accepted the logic and began to find sense in Drake's caution. He found it strange that Rias always planned something entertaining for him and wondered aloud whether she might be hiding something more sinister. Issei asked whether he should return home and speak with Rias, uncertain whether she would listen this time or take orders from the head handyman instead. Drake urged him to go back and confessed that the current world was making him uncomfortable. Issei resolved to try one more time. He rose and slipped out of the room, intending to leave the resort without causing a commotion or explaining his decision to Rias. As Issei moved toward the waterfall, he failed to notice the plants and animals watching him. When he reached the falls, the hidden doorway behind the curtain of water was gone. Before he could try to force it open, a familiar voice called from above. Rias stood at the top of the waterfall and had been there the whole time. Rias told Issei that she had noticed his unease earlier and had suspected he was homesick. Issei acknowledged Rias's care but insisted he needed to speak with Rias about his problems on his own. Rias reacted with shock and alarm at the mention of Rias, accusing Rias of abandoning and abusing him and claiming that the head handyman had more influence in that household. She urged him to stay and insisted that returning would only expose him to harm. Issei reiterated that this was a serious matter and that he had to go. Rias protested, reminding him of past mistreatment and warning that he would be in danger if he returned. Issei refused to be swayed and began searching for a way to reopen the hidden doorway. Seeing his determination, Rias decided to proceed with her plan. With a snap of her fingers, Rias wove emerald magic around Issei and sealed him within an unbreakable crystal. She levitated the crystal and told him that the gem would ensure his safety, then snapped her fingers again to render him unconscious. Calling the servants, she instructed them to prepare for a grand ritual and to take the crystal to the top of the shrine. The servants complied. Rias transformed the resort into a shrine using her magic. The roof rose and side panels peeled away, revealing a tall tower beneath. Pillars slid apart to reveal an altar and 4 surrounding pedestals. The servants placed Issei, still encased and unconscious, onto the altar and knelt around him while Rias explained the purpose of the ritual. She said that nothing in her world came free, she needed energy and resources to sustain this place, and the ritual would draw what she required from the crystal containing Issei. Drake, still active within the sacred gear and desperate, used Issei's voice to broadcast a plea for help. The distorted call for aid reached Rias and the members of the Occult Research Club through their modified purple crystal. Rias immediately recognized the voice and confirmed to the others that it had to be Issei. Kiba worried aloud about the danger, and others feared the attackers sought the dragon. The club members called Issei's name in alarm, and Rias grew certain that her suspicions were correct and that Issei was in grave danger. Rias told Gondor that she needed to get to Issei and asked him to open a doorway in the classroom. Gondor hesitated, explaining that the classroom's magical aura was too weak to sustain a portal. His usual equations would fail without a stronger source of magical power. Kiba asked the group for suggestions about where a strong aura might be found. After a brief pause, Irina suggested the place where the waterfall used to be, recalling Sona's remark that the waterfall had been a doorway to another world. Even though the waterfall no longer existed, Rias explained that the magical aura and the spells that had created and sustained the doorway must still be present and that they could simply open a new doorway somewhere else. With that, she moved toward the empty space where the waterfall had been and urged the others to hurry, warning that if they waited Issei might die and whatever lived beyond could steal his powers. The Occult Research Club and Gondor reached the site of the former waterfall. Gondor paused at the edge of the clearing and spoke to the group, saying she could feel a strong magical aura in the patch of land and that it was an ideal place to recreate a doorway. She added that she sensed the residue of a doorway that had existed there before and that she only needed to alter the conditions to reopen it. Gondor traced a magic circle onto the ground and asked everyone to stand around it. She instructed them to close their eyes, relax, and put aside anxiety and worry. She told them to concentrate on the most important thing, and each person focused their thoughts on Issei. Gondor acknowledged that everyone wanted to rescue Issei. The circle flared red, and shadowy, red-hued figures burst from it with eerie calls. The sudden noises rattled Gasper and his concentration wavered. Gondor urged them to remain focused and not to fear the small intruders, explaining that the doorway's defenses were reacting and that as long as they held their concentration the creatures would not be able to harm them. She assured them they would override the security. The circle grew larger and shifted to a purple hue. More shadowy figures poured out, followed by pulses of energy that made Asia and Kaneko tremble. Gondor comforted the younger members, noting this was the last and toughest line of defense and asking them to hold on a little longer. The shadowy voices tried to rattle the group by calling names and baiting Rias. Rias nearly faltered at the taunts but steadied herself, determined to focus for Issei's sake. A sudden burst of light and sound announced a change. Gondor told everyone to open their eyes. They saw that the magic circle had turned white and a tower of blue light had risen from its center, stretching high into the sky. Gondor identified it as the doorway to the dream world, the blue light matching the guide that had led Issei to the waterfall earlier. Rias declared that she was going in and readied herself, but Aquino warned her to be careful and make sure the gate led to the correct place. Rias had already leapt into the light before anyone could stop her. The others prepared to follow while Gondor reminded them that because they had forced the gate open without consent, they should expect possible countermeasures and be prepared for anything. Gondor wished luck to Rias, Ross, and the others as the Occult Research Club stepped into the dream world. After the magic circle vanished, the members of the Occult Research Club took in the hollow landscape around them. The place had become a deserted version of Rossweisseville, with withered bushes, overgrown weeds, gray grass, and spider webs everywhere. Buildings stood uninhabitable, their roofs dented, siding torn, windows smashed, and floor beams broken. The dirt path was murky with standing water and mudslides. It looked as if a hurricane had swept through the village years ago. Aquino expressed that Issei must have very bad taste for choosing this as a dream. Gasper admitted he was scared and found the place creepy. Rossweiss worried aloud that her grandmother might have cast the spell wrong. She expected a dream world more impressive if it had attracted Hayaru. Ravel questioned whether they had teleported at all, noting she saw no clear sign that they had entered a different world. A distant explosion drew all of their attention. What had once been a shining copy of the Gremory Gala now rose as a rundown tower. Grias stood on top, prepared to welcome the intruders. Grias laughed and taunted them, calling them visitors and declaring that they had arrived just in time to participate in her celebratory event. Kaneko pointed out the altar. Issei was on top of the tower. Rias declared that she had come to save Issei. Grias shifted form, taking on the appearance of a wicked witch with gray hair, and thanked Rias mockingly for handing her such useful flesh. Rias accused Grias of luring Issei into the dream world and creating clones of them to make him feel at home so he would never leave. Grias replied that all transactions were final and that Issei was now her property. Rias insisted that she had never sold Issei and demanded his return. Grias dismissed her demands and dared them to try to take him back. As she finished, the platform at the top of the tower descended deep underground with Issei and the altar. The earthquakes intensified. From the base of the tower, swarms of mechanical constructs emerged, and plant-like creatures erupted from nearby shelters. Rooftops ripped open and waves of flying creatures poured out. The club found themselves surrounded by hordes of attackers as Grias's voice boomed down orders, telling her forces to distract and obstruct them at all costs and to buy her the time needed to complete her ritual. The creatures obeyed and launched their assault. The plant creatures, once illuminated pixels forming an interactive mural Issei had painted, now attacked with bursts of light. Because devils were vulnerable to light, the club had to expend most of their energy dodging the radiant orbs. The flying creatures, once harmless birds Issei had seen, swooped to peck and harry them. Asia cried out as creatures continued to attack her. Kiba tried to fend them off with his sword but was struck by several light orbs and weakened. Aquino, airborne, unleashed holy lightning to repel the birds and the plant constructs. Rias fought back by firing small spheres of destructive energy at the flying and plant enemies. Zenobia then arrived. brandishing a large sword and sweeping through the attackers with precise, rapid strikes that cut off their advance without graphic harm. Asia expressed admiration for Zenovia's skill. Irina remarked that Zenovia's habit was to slice first and ask questions later. Zenovia responded defensively about her tactics, and Irina warned against overconfidence while pointing to more plant creatures advancing. Kiba cautioned everyone to keep their guard up because more were coming. Irina, strengthened by light but outnumbered, struggled to keep up with the barrage of light orbs. Ravel stepped forward and unleashed a large burst of fire that caused the plant-based constructs to dissipate and lose cohesion. Ravel noted that plant-based constructs were vulnerable to fire. Kaneko teased Ravel with a nickname, and Ravel protested that she had helped. The brief exchange ended as Aquino urged everyone to calm down and keep moving. They had little time and needed to reach Issei before Grias could finish her ritual. Ravel and Kaneko agreed and called off their argument. As the Occult Research Club continued down the trail, they encountered more plant monsters and flying creatures. Bees swarmed among them and fired poisonous stings at the group. The plant monsters were stronger than before, launching multiple light orbs at twice the speed. Zenovia and Ravel replicated those attacks, but their stamina began to wane. Zenovia complained that the situation was absurd and that they were being ambushed again. She warned that if they kept this up they would never reach the old woman who held Issei captive and began scanning for an opening to slip past the enemies. She tried to slide through the first swarm, but another wave of flying creatures and plant monsters blocked her path. Zenovia muttered that it looked impossible to get through and that she needed to find another way. Then a large tremor ran through the area from another direction. Everyone turned and saw a vast sphere of destructive energy raining down smaller blasts on the monsters. When the sphere dissipated, Rias stood in the center. Asia smiled and said that Rias was their club president. Irina remarked that there must be someone even more reckless than Zenovia. Aquino complimented the technique Rias had used. Rias declared that she could not wait any longer and that she wanted to reach Issei immediately. Zenovia agreed with Rias's urgency. A torrent of water surged up and washed many flying creatures away. A grim reaper figure swept through the plant monsters with broad, decisive arcs of energy, scattering them. The plant monsters repaired themselves and launched more light orbs, but large mirrors materialized in front of the club and reflected some of the energy back at the monsters before shattering. A dark, dragon-tinged tornado formed behind them and dispersed the remaining creatures in a flash of swirling energy. Rossweisseville observed that the black tornado was dragon power, which suggested another arrival. Rias turned and found Sona standing behind her. Rias asked Sona why she was there and when she had arrived. Sona explained that they had come to help because the situation was worse than anticipated and that they intended to go all out. Rias expressed gratitude and warned that the old woman they had encountered earlier could regenerate the monsters at will. Before they could continue the conversation, larger swarms of flying creatures and plant monsters descended from all directions. Rias warned the student council members to take their positions. The student council, including Saji, prepared to fight. Rias moved as if to order the Occult Research Club to assist, but Sona intervened and insisted that the student council would handle the monsters and that Rias and her club needed to conserve their energy for Issei and the tower. Sona added that the student council needed battle experience and this would be a good opportunity to sharpen their skills. Behind Sona, Sid summoned a black, dragon-like tornado that tore through swarms of flying creatures. Ben-Nia, appearing as a grim reaper, struck through plant monsters with precise, non-graphic motions. A werewolf named Lu Geru dashed through ranks of plant creatures and incapacitated them with swift, powerful strikes. Although the monsters continued to respawn, the student council held their ground. Trusting Sona's judgment, Rias summoned her peerage and told them to move. She announced that the student council would handle the battle and that the Occult Research Club needed to hurry to the tower. The Occult Research Club acknowledged her order and moved on. As they pressed forward, the earthquakes grew stronger, lightning pierced the sky, and fierce winds hurled debris toward them, but their battle experience helped them ward off the worst of the weather. At the tower entrance, they were met by an orderly army of robots, the same maintenance units that had appeared in the Dreamworld version of the Gremory Gala, now repurposed as sentries. The robots broadcast an intruder alert and declared their intent to destroy the target. Hordes of robots lined up in formation and blocked the path. One maintenance robot sprayed a corrosive cleaning solution toward the occult research club. The robot sprayed detergent in hopes it would act like pepper spray and blind the attackers. Asia and Gasper exchanged worried looks at the prospect of another wave of enemies wearing down their stamina. A robot launched sharp circular discs toward the occult research club. With no physical metal shields, Kiba and Zenobia switched to sword techniques to intercept the flying blades. Each impact dulled their edges, reducing the effectiveness of the defense. Kiba called to Rias that they could not hold back the metallic weapons for much longer, and Zenobia pleaded with Rias to see if there was any other way to combat the robots, asking whether any magic would work. Rossweisseville attempted defensive magic, but the robots slipped through her barriers as if they were insignificant. Irina fired light arrows, and the robots used their armor to reflect the beams back. Everyone managed to avoid the reflected light at the last moment. Aquino tried lightning attacks, but the robots conducted the electricity and returned it toward the club. Aquino had taken precautions and withheld her most powerful light abilities in case the attack failed. Kaneko switched into her Nikomata mode and blasted several robots. Though her strikes damaged many, additional units rapidly replaced the fallen. Aquino voiced concern that most of their attacks were ineffective and that the robots respawned much like the monsters the student council was contending with. She explained that robots were virtually unknown in the underworld and heavens, and their lack of experience fighting metal-based enemies left them at a disadvantage. Rias urged everyone not to give up and reminded them that they had found solutions in past battles by holding on and searching for the right approach. From the sky, Griaz's voice rang out, taunting them and declaring that their chances of rescuing Issei were zero. She urged them to abandon their quest and return to their world before they were consumed by the realm, and she boasted that her ritual was proceeding steadily while her maintenance crew prepared the way. Rias stood and vowed that she would never give up and that she would reach Issei at any cost, promising to defeat whatever obstacles Griaz put before them. Rias's defiance only intensified the assault. The Occult Research Club found themselves surrounded by an even larger swarm of robots, including airborne variants shaped like helicopters and planes that made flight impossible. The aircraft dropped hundreds of explosives and ammunition, while rotor-style units strafed the ground. Heavier ground robots arrived and unleashed showers of needles and metallic blades and swept the field with piercing beams of light. Another contingent launched streams of shattered glass-like projectiles from behind. A loudspeaker-mounted machine broadcast a droning, weakening message that affected the group. Irina, whose angelic nature made her immune to the broadcast, began working to disable the loudspeaker robots, but each one she shut down was immediately replaced by another, and she found herself occupied with continually shutting them off. Rias observed the situation and noted that the student council was still engaged with enemies elsewhere and reinforcements could not arrive quickly. She acknowledged that Azazel and the Satans might be on their way but would need time to break through. Rias ordered everyone to brace themselves and hold their position. Until help arrived, surviving this onslaught was essential to reaching Issei and stopping the witch's ritual. A sudden, thunderous bang drew everyone's attention. A tall, muscular man had punched through a cluster of robots with bare fists, scattering them in an exaggerated, anime-style display of power. Rias recognized him as Serorg Bale, the cousin who fought with raw strength rather than magic. Serorg announced his arrival and affirmed his intent to help his cousin Rias, observing that physical power and strength were the most effective means against metal-based foes. He advised that magical and divine techniques were no match for these enemies. Rias took in his assessment and realized that close combat would indeed be the most effective tactic. More robots respawned and advanced on their position. Serorg stepped in front of Rias and prepared to fight, quickly organizing his peerage into defensive positions. He directed Baruka to block the south entrance, Libin to hold the north entrance, and assigned Ladora and Gandoma to provide reinforcements while the rest remained to control the main entrance. As the peerage moved into place, Rias asked what they should do next. Serorg instructed them to leave the robots to his team so that Rias and her members could conserve their strength and push onward. He warned that there was little time and urged them to move toward the witch and Issei before the ritual progressed further. Rias relayed Serorg's plan to her servants and ordered an immediate advance. With Serorg and his peerage containing the robotic onslaught, the Occult Research Club forced open the access door to the tower stairs and descended into the basement below. Rias cautioned everyone to remain vigilant, reminding them that after passing 2 lines of defense they might face an even greater surprise. The Occult Research Club carefully descended the long flight of stairs into the tower's basement levels. Rias knew Grias had deliberately made the stairs unstable to slow their advance. When they reached the halfway point, a mocking voice echoed up from below, taunting that their luck would run out and proclaiming that their fate would be sealed where they stood. The stairs began to vibrate violently, and Rias lunged forward seeking stable ground. The steps collapsed beneath them and everyone tumbled down. Dust and falling rubble filled the air, making it difficult to open wings and fly, but a few meters below they found a pocket of intact floor that broke their fall. It felt like an implausible slide of luck. Aquino pushed herself to her feet and took stock of their surroundings, noting the temporary safety of the surface. Asia said that she was all right and quickly healed a few shallow scratches before rising. Rias gathered the group and warned that the old woman's ritual was likely nearing completion and that the traps ahead would only buy more time for it to finish. The club spotted a tunnel entrance and moved toward it, only to be interrupted by a voice from the shadows declaring that trouble was not over. From the dark emerged a figure who resembled Asia but with different colors. Rias registered the similarity and confusion, while the Real Asia waved to confirm her presence nearby. The newcomer identified herself as Eurasia and claimed she had simply recolored her hair and eyes, joking that blue hair and brown eyes were more attractive and better for blending in. Rias recalled seeing a similarly colored figure in a painting Issei had made and accused the newcomer of being one of the girls from that image rather than the real Asia. Eurasia retorted that she was a superior version of Asia, a remark that stung the real Asia and drew Rias's defense. Rias said she preferred the original Asia, who was kind and sweet, while Eurasia insisted she was not there to argue and that she had orders from her master to stop them while the ritual proceeded. Rias declared that she would defend Issei and would not let the master keep him, but Eurasia held firm that her master wanted Issei and she would enforce that wish. When Zenobia asked what powers Eurasia possessed and suggested a counterpart of Asia would only have healing, Eurasia reacted by producing a golden book and naming it the Bible. She announced that it contained powerful scriptures and aimed it at the Occult Research Club. A blinding holy light burst forth from the book, washing over the group and sapping their strength. Rias dropped to the ground, feeling the light's searing pressure. Aquino, noting her own half-fallen angel heritage, admitted that the radiance was overwhelming even for her. Zenobia clung to her necklace, struggling to resist. Asia protested that using divine light against them felt like cheating. Eurasia mocked their devilish nature, taunting that devils were weak against light and that angels were awarded to humans who had shown faith and purity, while devils were destined to hide in the shadows. Asia rose to her knees and countered, explaining that although she had been part of the church, she found happiness in her new life as a devil. She said the church had only wanted her healing power and had cast her out when it suited them, and that her life with friends and family among the Occult Research Club was something she did not regret. Eurasia prepared a second Bible and began to flip to a potent passage to inflict more damage, but a sudden impact knocked the book from her hands. She cried out in surprise and looked up to find an angel hovering overhead. The angel declared that Eurasia was mistaken and identified herself as Michael's ace, a seraph and one of the current leaders of heaven. Irina reminded Eurasia that, unlike devils, she drew strength from light and the words of God. Eurasia fixed her attention on Irina and threatened to reverse her powers, claiming she could convert the light into darkness and wipe Irina out. Eurasia began to charge dark energy, preparing to fire, when she suddenly felt a sharp sting as an arrow struck her from behind. Irina smiled and told Eurasia that light strengthened her, and that she was issuing judgment for the abusive use of the Bible. Irina asserted that the Bible was a holy property of the heavens and must not be used for personal gain, and she reprimanded Eurasia as a counterfeit version of Asia. Eurasia protested that she had read the book many times and could not recall such a verse, and she searched frantically for the passage Irina had mentioned. Before she could find it, beams of light radiated from the Bible and wrapped around Eurasia. Eurasia cried out in shock as the light constricted. Irina explained that it was a power called judgment, and that anyone who abused a holy possession would be sent to the heavens to face judgment from the seraphs, including Michael. The light around Eurasia shattered into countless fine particles, and the 2 books she carried disintegrated into dust that drifted upward through the top of the tower and beyond the sky. With the divine power removed from Eurasia, the immediate threat subsided. Rias stood and thanked Irina for her intervention, remarking that it was fortunate to have an angel among them. Irina modestly replied that it was her duty to prevent sacred items from being abused and suggested that Eurasia would have a talk with Michael. Rias began to move on, but Kiba pointed to the center of the room where a purple spirit hovered. The spirit expressed gratitude for being freed. Rias, cautious about the spirit's nature, stepped forward to question it and asked the spirit to identify itself. The spirit introduced himself as Morin Koda, formerly of the Citri clan. Morin explained that he had entered this world seeking prosperity but had been trapped and drained by the world's master, who used the life force of devils, humans, angels, and fallen angels to sustain herself and the realm. He said he had been used to empower Eurasia and warned that the next target to be consumed was Issei. Morin offered to grant the Occult Research Club a boost, saying it would help them on their way. He then imparted a surge of energy that healed the group and disappeared, clearing their path. Rias and the others ran down the tunnel, which opened into another large chamber where someone who resembled Irina was waiting. Rias noted that Eurasia must have lost control of her powers and exposed openings, but then the newcomer declared that this would be as far as they went. Irina recognized the figure as a copy of herself when the woman revealed 8 wings and introduced herself as Mina, calling herself the best angel anyone could find. Mina displayed her wings proudly while Zenobia mocked Eurasia and warned Mina not to overreach. Mina dismissed Eurasia as foolish for relying on external godly power and boasted that she had developed her own abilities. She announced that, at her master's request, she would defeat them and add all of them to her master's list of slaves, binding them to obey and surrender their powers. Rossweisseville refused to accept those orders and denounced Mina's master as corrupt. Mina replied that their fate was sealed. She then activated a stealth mode, changing the formation of her wings and slipping into a near-invisible blur while her voice taunted them about her speed. Rias ordered Kiba, Zenobia, and Aquino to use their nightly powers to track Mina and pin her down. The 3 accelerated, but Mina moved at a speed several times greater and remained beyond their reach. Gasper attempted to stop her with his forbidden Baylor view, but Mina moved too quickly even for his sight. Suddenly, the group was hit from behind by a barrage of rapid blows that sent them sprawling to the ground, the impacts arriving so fast they seemed simultaneous. Mina crowed about her speed and superiority, then unleashed a volley of light arrows at the members of the Occult Research Club. The arrows struck with stinging force, causing everyone except Irina to reel in pain. Before Irina could rise, Mina struck her with a dark arrow that brought a sharp sting. Mina boasted that Irina had never experienced darkness because Eurasia had prevented it, and she prepared to finish them with a powerful technique she called the Holy Light Sword. Even while moving at high speed, Mina focused energy into a beam at the center of the chamber as she charged her sword and began to materialize. She declared the end for the Occult Research Club, but then abruptly faltered, astonished that her attacks had not eliminated them as she had expected. Mina tried to accelerate and vanish again, attempting to regain the advantage. However, the freezing power prevented Mina from moving herself through the chamber. Mina struggled with disbelief, insisting internally that her 8 wings and speed should be enough to evade the freezing field, but every attempt failed. She searched for the source and found 2 red beams of light emanating from Gasper. Mina realized that Gasper was the one causing the freeze and chastised herself for not maintaining speed while powering up her sword. She judged that even if she paused briefly she should be able to avoid the rays and accelerate, but the freezing energy held. Kiba then revealed himself, clutching an injured palm. While Mina had been charging her light sword, Kiba, with Aquino, Zenobia, and Irina, had removed the piercing arrows from the wounded. Asia continued to tend to the others. Kiba explained that Gasper was a vampire who drew power from blood and that they had experimented with giving him other samples to see how he reacted. Kiba volunteered his own blood first, and the sample had sharpened Gasper's perception, allowing him to track movement far faster than normal. As a result, no matter how quickly Mina moved, Gasper could follow. Mina insisted that she could still move and planned to release her sword's power to eliminate the vampire and free herself, but Aquino intervened. Aquino used a holy lightning attack to paralyze Mina enough to prevent her from regaining her previous speed. Gasper soon exhausted the temporary boost. Mina tried once more to speed up, but the paralysis slowed her and she stumbled into Kiba. Kiba declared that their turn had come and leveled his gram sword. Mina vowed she could still power up and strike, but Kiba moved first. He made a swift, precise strike. Mina collapsed, and her form dissolved into a spirit. From where Mina had been, a fallen angel spirit materialized. She had fallen and been trapped in the dream world, desperate for a way back to heaven. The spirit thanked the members of the Occult Research Club for freeing her, offered a brief blessing, healed their wounds, and then vanished, opening a clear path forward. The Occult Research Club advanced to the next chamber, where another servant of Gria's confronted them. Renova introduced herself as an impostor who would not let them proceed past the metal doors. She taunted them and compared herself favorably to Rias, claiming superior leadership and control. Zenobia reacted angrily and drew her ex-Durandal. Renova mocked Zenovia's weapon as antiquated and produced a glowing purple blade that resembled a modern energy sword. Renova demonstrated its power by slicing through several vases and cutting a deep groove in the wall. Zenobia, enraged, charged to test her sword against the new blade, determined to prove that her weapon was still effective. The clash quickly turned in Renova's favor. The energy blade cleaved through Zenovia's ex-Durandal and scattered the Excalibur components that had been stored inside. Zenovia's attack failed to match Renova's advanced weapon, and the blow slashed her clothing and knocked her off balance. Renova continued to taunt, inviting others to step forward and be defeated, and proclaimed that they would soon accept Grias as their new master. Renova then mocked Rias personally, claiming her false master was superior and that Rias's leadership was pathetic. That final provocation roused Rias's anger. Rias gathered a concentrated sphere of destruction energy and unleashed it toward Renova. The energy burned through the impostor's blade and enveloped her. When the light faded, Renova was gone. Aquino noted that this was why nobody should underestimate the club president. After the battle, another spirit appeared, a child who had been tricked and lured into the dream world. The spirit warned the club that the next gate would not open until they obtained a secret code. The spirit demanded that they save his friends and promised a hint to the code before vanishing. The Occult Research Club acknowledged the instruction and pushed open the large metal doors, moving down the corridor toward Issei. The hallway, on the same floor as the ritual chamber, was lined with crimson carpeting, Greek-style pillars, and Arabian arches. The distant sound of chanting drifted from the far end of the hall. Rias urged the group forward, reminding everyone that they were almost at Issei and needed only a little more effort. Halfway down the hall, four figures stepped forward and blocked their path. These appeared to be the last four guardians of Grias. A woman with pink hair and green eyes introduced herself as Orangello and announced that their master's ritual was not finished, adding that it was rude to interrupt. Beside her stood Fiba, a white-haired fighter resembling Kiba. On the other side was Chiniko, a smaller figure resembling Kaneko, and in front was Casper, a young-looking figure reminiscent of Gasper. Aquino reacted with a mixture of outrage and indignation at Orangello's resemblance, insisting that no one had the right to mimic her and that her feelings for Issei were personal. Kiba demanded to know what Fiba intended, and Fiba replied that he did not care to imitate Kiba and that his name was Fiba. Orangello taunted the group, claiming they had been lucky so far and that it had been surprising that the Occult Research Club had managed to defeat their church and light-based allies. She explained that the opponents had relied only on raw power and lacked strategy, and that her team had studied the club's fighting style. She proposed that the four of them would demonstrate their combined strength, confident the club could not reach Rias with 4 attackers at once. Rias bristled with determination and declared that no one would insult her name or take what belonged to her. She challenged the intruders and prepared the group for battle. Orangelo raised her hands and summoned clouds along the ceiling of the hallway. The skies above darkened and the clouds produced crackling lightning that struck along the corridor while thunder rolled loudly. Orangelo mocked Aquino, claiming her thunderclouds were far greater than Aquino's lightning and that the others would now feel what their enemies had felt. The club had to scramble to avoid the bolts. Fiba then produced a sword handle shaped like a cross that glowed red and unfolded into 4 beam-like blades. He boasted that he had trained another warrior and that her techniques remained in their repertoire, then spun the cross into sweeping arcs. Each beam sliced outward, extending toward the walls and retracting after passing the club. Rias voiced concern that Fiba's knowledge made him a tougher opponent, but Zenobia urged calm and looked for an opening. Fiba plunged 1 beam into the floor and used a sword birth-like technique to summon countless beam fragments from the ground. The fragments shifted into arrow-like blades that shot toward the group. Irina fanned her wings and generated a strong gust of wind that deflected many of the projectiles. Irina remarked with relief that having more wings helped, and Asia assisted her recovery. Fiba pulled his blade free, and the arrows did not dissipate but instead accelerated, forcing the club to continue evading. Kiba recognized the advanced sword birth technique and noted that this version had capabilities beyond his own. Chiniko announced that she wanted to test her abilities as well and summoned a huge stream of water that surged from behind her, drenching the corridor and striking the club. The water carried a purifying magic that caused painful, searing sensations to those it touched. Rossweisseville winced at the sudden sting, and Kaneko identified the effect as purification magic embedded in the water. Chiniko watched with grim amusement and declared that the stream was punishment for sins, insisting the club had been guilty for causing harm to Issei. She told Orangelo to call down more lightning, and the electrified water conducted current that shocked the members of the club. Ravel and Kaneko responded by attempting to evaporate the purifying water with their Phoenix fire techniques, creating steam and clearing some of the hazard. While they worked, Casper announced that he wanted to test his own powers. He summoned a thick white fog that filled the hallway and made it difficult for the club to see, preparing the battlefield for the next wave of attacks. Casper announced that they had devil sense detection and X-ray vision, so they did not have to worry. He added that he was curious to see what the 3 girls had and hinted that it would change their reaction. The taunt drew a chorus of screams from Asia, Kaneko, and Ravel as Casper continued to mock them and then revealed what had been hidden. Casper cleared the fog to show Asia, Kaneko, and Ravel tied to pillars by blue energy ropes. Fiba had used the fog to quickly capture and bind the 3 girls. Asia cried out to President Rias for help. Rias launched her power of destruction spheres at Fiba, but Chiniko produced a barrier that intercepted and blocked the attack. Orangelo declared that the 3 girls would not be allowed to participate in the battle, insisting on a fair fight and calling healing and support cheating. He warned that if they did not play by his rules, there would be consequences. Then there was a sudden thud from the pillars as mechanisms began to lower them. The 3 girls looked down and saw a large pool of dark purple energy below, and the pillars carried them closer to it. Orangelo said that when the 3 reached the dark purple energy, it would remove them from the field, and he explained that he could control the speed of the descent. If they complied, he would keep the pillars slow. If they tried to cheat, he would accelerate them. He told Rias to say her last wishes. Rias refused to back down and prepared to act, determined to save her friends and stop the threat. Rias refused to let them be killed like that and fired spheres of the power of destruction at the pillars. The large barrier reflected the spheres directly back at her. Chiniko laughed and taunted Rias while she continued to strike, claiming they were not as foolish as Rias assumed. Chiniko asserted that they had been observing Rias's group as well as Sona Citres and Serorg Bales groups, learning many techniques from them, and that Rias's team was defenseless against the combined knowledge. Chiniko proclaimed that Issei would be theirs forever. Rias responded with determination that Issei would not be taken, and the group prepared different attacks. Zenobia raised X Durandal and charged the barrier, But beams of light appeared along the barrier and fired at her. She dodged before any beam could strike. Gasper attempted to shift into his Baylor beast form to melt the barrier, but the barrier countered by encasing him in a red crystalline stasis. Kiba tried to use sword birth and infuse each of his blades with holy eraser, but the barrier converted his swords into lightsabers and sent them back at him. When Kiba tried other weapons, the barrier produced intense electrical feedback that knocked him back. Aquino and Irina launched light-based attacks, but the barrier reflected all of their strikes. Rossweiss cast a rapid succession of defensive and offensive spells, yet the barrier remained unresponsive. She then used her switch ability to try to warp Asia, Kaneko, and Ravel out of the dark matter danger zone, but the ability misdirected and shuffled the 4 enemies around instead. Rossweiss reacted in disbelief, insisting that the barrier could not be immune to every attack and that there had to be something they could do. Rias told everyone that they could do it, reminding them they had faced many situations like this before and that new miracles always happened in the end. They had to find that miracle. Suddenly, Rias felt a powerful punch from behind. When she turned, she saw Kaneko yawning. Kaneko had compressed a pocket of high-pressure air and fired it at Rias, announcing that she was bored and wanted more entertainment. Fiba responded by drawing a different sword that was invisible, making it impossible for the Occult Research Club to see where he was striking. He explained that he did not need ordinary metal. He could shape a blade with his mind and change its form. Even without moving the handle, his strikes landed and Zenobia and Kiba both felt painful slashes across their backs. Aquino, Rias, Irina, and Gasper also felt the impact of his unseen blade. The 4 enemies then grouped together. Orangelo declared that the demonstration should be enough and it was time for the club to be finished. Kaneko, Orangelo, Fiba, and Casper combined their powers. Orangelo created a pink cloud, Kaneko sent yellow light, Fiba added brown, and Casper poured in gray. Their powers merged and formed a large dragon that charged up for a devastating blast aimed at the Occult Research Club. Orangelo taunted Rias and the others as the dragon gathered energy and unleashed a massive pink conflagration called Celestial Cannon T-Cross. Rias and everyone braced for the impact. After the flames dissipated, only Orangelo remained standing. Fiba, Kaneko, and Casper had mysteriously retreated. Rias turned and found Asia, Kaneko, and Ravel lying on the ground away from the pillars and the dark matter. Zenobia and Irina moved to assist Asia. Aquino and Kiba rushed to help Kaneko, and Gasper and Rossweiss supported Ravel. Rias wondered aloud how they had escaped the barrier and what had happened to the dragon. Orangelo grew furious and demanded answers. At that moment, different voices screamed from near the barrier. Everyone turned and discovered new people tied to the pillars. Fiba, Kaneko, and Casper had been captured. The captors expressed disbelief at how they had been brought there. They were sure no one could have teleported past the barrier's proxy defenses. Rossweiss stepped in front of the barrier to inspect the bound trio and explained that Rias and her friends had been clever to build a deterrent against switch magic, but the proxy algorithm had a weakness. After observing the effects of each attempt, Rossweiss said she had solved the mystery and used that knowledge to counter their switch ability. She then warned them that they would now experience what Asia, Kaneko, and Ravel had endured. Rossweiss pointed to the dark matter beneath their feet. The pillars had been lowered until they were only a few millimeters from the dark matter, and the captives reacted with fear. Kaneko shouted that they did not have much time and urged Casper and Fiba to act, insisting that since they had created the attack, they could stop it. Fiba tried to move his hands but found them restrained. He reported that without the use of his hands he could not reach his weapon and asked Casper to transform into a shadow to retrieve it. Casper warned that they only had a few minutes before they reached the purple substance. He shifted into shadow and reached for Fiba's lightsaber, but he noticed Fiba trembling. Fiba's shoes were already sinking into the dark matter. Kaneko shouted that he should hurry and demanded the lightsaber immediately, accusing him of not caring. Casper apologized and said he needed to be careful not to touch the substance. Kaneko continued to berate him, emphasizing how desperate they were. Casper hastened, pulled the lightsaber from Fiba's pocket, and accidentally dropped it into the dark matter. He apologized again and tried to reassure Fiba and Chiniko with a small smile. Angry swearing echoed from the Occult Research Club as the dark matter slowly began to engulf the area. Aquino observed with an amused chuckle that the newcomers did not seem to get along. Kiba agreed that being part of the Gremory clan had its advantages. After Chiniko and Fiba vanished, Casper removed the barrier seals around the dark matter and vowed to make it right. He promised that Orangello and he would confront the betrayers and fulfill Fiba and Chiniko's wishes. The club felt a mixture of relief and apprehension. Rias approached Rossweiss to thank her for the breakthrough. Rias praised Rossweiss's clever method for freeing their members and allowing them to demonstrate their powers. Rossweiss smiled and credited a lesson from her grandmother about what was required to succeed with magic. 2 lingering spirits remained, each carrying a sign reading Occult Research Club Peerage and Order of Addition. Before Rias could question them further, both spirits flew off. Rias deduced that these 2 clues must be linked to the gate at the end of the hall. Suddenly, a ball of ice magic struck the floor in front of Rias. Orangello appeared with an angry glare and accused the Occult Research Club of cheating, complaining about the numbers. Orangello launched several magical spheres, and each sphere burst open to reveal a clone of Fiba or Chiniko. Kiba worried aloud that Orangello might have the ability to recreate fallen servants of Grias, but another member explained that these were only clones. They mimicked the original's attacks but lacked their true power. The plan, they said, was to focus on reaching Orangello. Kiba and Kaneko charged forward to reach Orangello, but more clones appeared, this time of Eurasia, Mina, and Renova. Casper produced more magical spheres and encouraged an all-out fight. The cloned Eurasia, Mina, and Renova attacked, but Zenobia and Irina dispatched them efficiently. Asia provided healing, buying time, and Rossweiss, Rias, and Aquino launched coordinated magical assaults. Ravel moved through the battlefield, sharing her phoenix tears to keep everyone in fighting shape. Casper then sent forth clone dragons, calling them pink dragons to add to the chaos. As he did, someone seized him from behind. Kaneko grabbed him and told him that his tricks would not work twice. She explained that she could sense his life force and had reversed his attack. The dark matter he had been using turned against him, destabilizing his shadow form. In a short, silent moment his shadow dispersed into drifting wisps. A spirit rose from the fading shadow, displayed a sign reading counterparts in this room, and then vanished. With the pink dragon clones defeated, Kiba joined Kaneko and confirmed that Casper had been neutralized. He urged everyone to go help Rias and the others. Orangello confronted Rias and Aquino with a scornful remark about their leadership. Rias responded with a cool expression and insisted that they had not cheated. Orangello boasted that she could summon powerful blows on her own and attempted to form a much larger pink dragon, but the summoning faltered before it finished. Rias intercepted the attempt with a medium-sized sphere of destructive energy, then entrusted Aquino with dealing with Orangello. Rias framed it as punishing Orangello for appropriating Aquino's appearance to interfere with their friend. Aquino accepted. Her bracelets glowed as holy lightning descended and channeled through her rings. A dragon materialized from her bracelet, was charged by the lightning, and launched itself at Orangello. The creature pursued Orangello and engulfed her, neutralizing her presence on the battlefield. Orangello's scream echoed, and a spirit appeared to show Rias a sign that read value of evil peace before fading away. Rias counted the clues. She now had 3, and Kaneko and Kiba each held 1. They remembered the spirit in the previous room saying the clues would help unlock the next gate. Rias looked down the hall and saw a 4-digit combination lock at the gate. Rias urged everyone onward. The Occult Research Club moved toward the gate. Rias, Kiba, and Kaneko presented the 4 clues to the group and set about deducing the 4-digit code, the club's peerage, the order of addition, counterparts in the room, and the value of the evil piece. Rossweiss considered ways the clues might relate. Rias narrowed down the value of the evil piece to the numbers 3, 5, 8, and 9 based on her peerage, and noted that Issei corresponded to 8, which made things easier. The team worked together to interpret the remaining hints and the significance of a 4-digit code. Zenobia counted members and Kiba questioned what counterpart meant. Rias observed that Orangelo resembled her and reasoned that counterpart likely meant the counterpart opponent each club member had faced in the hallway. She identified those counterparts as Aquino, Kaneko, Kiba, and Gasper. Cross-referencing the values, she assigned 9 to Aquino, 5 to Kaneko, and 3 to both Kiba and Gasper, resulting in 2 3s, a 9, and Rias then interpreted the order of addition as the order in which she had added members to her peerage. She placed Aquino first as 9, then Kaneko as 5, followed by Kiba and Gasper as the 2 3s. Rias entered 95-33 on the combination. At first nothing happened, then the lock clicked open. Rias confirmed her solution and the group hurried through the gate. They walked down a corridor and a few staircases until they reached a large ritual chamber. From the doorway Rias saw an altar with Grias standing before it, murmuring an incantation while Issei lay unconscious, restrained on the altar and sealed within a magical barrier. Rias stepped up behind Grias. Grias informed them that they had arrived too early and that interrupting the ritual was inappropriate, but Rias ignored the admonition and focused on Issei, insisting she was there for him. Grias responded that Issei could not hear Rias because the barrier blocked him, and that the barrier would only fall when the ritual finished. Rias prepared to intervene, but Grias declared the ritual unstoppable and accused Rias of having abandoned Issei and favored the head handyman, instead claiming that Issei had been treated like trash. Rias faltered at the accusation. Some of Grias's criticisms touched on real mistakes Rias had made, and for a moment she felt shaken. She rejected the claim that she had replaced Issei and intended to make that clear to him. Before the confrontation escalated, Aquino, Asia, Irina, and the others stepped forward to defend Rias and steady her resolve. Aquino acknowledged that the club president had made errors in judgment regarding the head handyman and the pressure she had faced from family and peers, but she insisted that everyone deserved a chance to explain and make amends. Aquino argued that Issei was not Grias's to claim and that holding him against his will amounted to a serious violation. Grias dismissed the accusation of kidnapping, asserting that she had observed the situation through a device she had sent into the other world and believed Issei had come to her willingly because he preferred his life there. She portrayed the ritual as a form of healing, insisting Issei would be freed from his past suffering and given a better life in her realm. Grias described the inhabitants of her world as people rescued from harsh lives in their original worlds and claimed she was offering them refuge and relief. Irina challenged Grias by pointing to Issei tied and sealed on the altar and asked how that situation demonstrated his consent. Grias maintained that the ritual was therapeutic and would remove his suffering once completed, painting her actions as compassionate rescue rather than coercion. Rias listened, determined to reach Issei and set things right. She realized that Grias was referring to the spirits they had encountered earlier when they defeated counterparts of the Occult Research Club. The spirits did not seem to enjoy their new existence under Grias. It looked as if Grias had bound them and made them serve her. Rias sharply responded, insisting that Grias was generalizing the nature of devils and that her view was outdated. Rias explained that, while some devil clans treated their peerage as servants, other clans treated their peerage like family. The Gremory clan had long been an example of the latter. The old cruel superiors Grias remembered had mostly died or been suppressed, and many of the new high-ranking devils now saw the benefits of treating their peerage well. Rias argued that if she had truly regarded Issei as a SLV, she would not have risked everything to return for him. She would have found a replacement instead of seeking revenge. Rias made it clear that she was willing to go that far because Issei was the one person she truly wanted as her pawn. Grias laughed at the retort and dismissed Rias's words, accusing Rias of having abused Issei and pushed him to find her. Grias challenged Rias to try to take Issei back. Grias sent numerous soldiers out from both sides of the altar. At first the soldiers appeared indifferent to the Occult Research Club, but as they turned their heads toward the group, everyone was stunned. Each soldier resembled a miniature version of the head handyman, moving and chanting in a chorus of eerie voices. The soldiers implored Rias, claiming they had been missed and begging to be let in. They boasted they would be more productive and loyal than Issei and insisted Rias loved them and should hand Issei over. Rias refused. Unable to endure the torment from the chanting soldiers, She unleashed a destructive sphere of power of destruction that dispersed the attackers in front of the altar, but more of the small soldiers appeared from behind. The soldiers continued to plead and try to confuse Rias, assuring her they meant no harm. Rias, steadfast, insisted that the only pawn she wanted was Issei and pushed toward the altar. The other members of the Occult Research Club cleared a path for her. Asia kept everyone on their feet with continuous healing, and Kaneko used her senjutsu to shield them from the soldiers' mental influence. As Rias climbed the stairs, Grias began to panic. Grias muttered that this should not have been possible, that her ritual was nearly complete and that if Rias disrupted it, both the world and she could be doomed. Grias acknowledged that she desperately needed Issei's energy and would do anything to keep him. Rias reached Grias and seized her by the neck, declaring that it was over. Either Issei was returned or Grias would be made to disappear. Grias vanished and reappeared above Rias, reminding Rias that she was within Grias's world and that Grias could make many things happen there. Grias manifested a pair of wings that granted her new mobility and stealth, and she taunted Rias to try to stop her. Rias fired bursts of destructive energy, but Grias dodged easily with her wings. Grias reappeared behind Rias and shoved her to the ground, taunting that she could alter reality in that world and misdirect Rias's attacks. Grias then created a blinding flash that disoriented Rias. Rias felt a chilling force sweep beneath her and was lifted for a moment before slamming back to the floor. Grias reappeared, gloating, and said she could have ended things then and there but preferred to watch Rias suffer for Issei while her ritual finished. Grias rose and sent spinning, crystalline blades at Rias. Rias avoided most of them, but one blade grazed her. Rias ignored the sting and kept pushing forward. Grias surrounded herself with a green sphere, then sent long spears of light outward. Rias narrowly evaded them. Grias boasted that as long as Rias remained in her world she could never match Grias's abilities, that Grias was effectively the god of that reality and that Rias had no hope of reclaiming Issei. Rias stood with determination and declared she did not care about the disadvantage. She would do anything to take Issei back, even if it cost her life. They would face the consequence together if necessary. Grias, delighted by Rias's defiance, mocked her further. Grias envisioned Rias and the others as replacements for her soldiers, a way to expand her world into an empire of followers. She imagined using the peerage of Sona and Sarorg along with Rias and her friends to run and defend her domain. As Grias continued boasting, Rias seized the opening. She surged forward and grabbed Grias for a second time, her resolve unbroken and her refusal to become Grias's LV absolute. Rias swore that she would make sure Issei was safe before the day ended, and she ordered the intruder to leave. She turned and realized that Grias had already returned to the altar with Issei. Grias taunted that it was too late, that her ritual was complete and she could finally claim her prize. Flames and smoke flared around Issei and flowed toward Grias, surrounding her for a moment before vanishing into her body. As Grias laughed, signs of Issei's power surged into her, and her body began to change. She swelled in size, smashing through the ceiling of the ritual room as wings and a tail formed and scales spread across her hide. Her transformation drew the attention of everyone, especially the members of the Occult Research Club. The club realized with alarm that Grias had absorbed Issei's powers and that without them Issei would be helpless. Voices called out for him, filled with fear and desperation. Grias's final form resembled a massive green dragon set with red jewels, a mirror opposite of Drake. The ground split as she ripped free, throwing everyone back to the fields where they had earlier fought deadly plant monsters and winged creatures. Grias had become powerful enough to tear through the earth itself. Grias gloated that this was a perfect prize and that she had more energy than she expected. She claimed she could now draw power for the world from what she had taken. When the Occult Research Club demanded Issei's return, Grias sneered that he was only a corpse and tossed him aside with a powerful bite. Rias and Asia rushed toward Issei. Grias then began testing her new abilities. She amplified her heat and unleashed a wave of intense fire that ignited the ground. Akino, Kaneko, and the others felt a scorching blast around them, though their wings kept them from direct harm. Grias followed with a rain of meteor-like rocks that pelted the field. A large fragment struck Gasper down, and the pulverized debris made it difficult for Rossweiss to breathe. Rias then called down a storm of ice crystals. Declaring herself the god of this world, Rias demonstrated that she could summon any disaster at will. She reversed gravity, slamming the Occult Research Club into the ground with such force that nearby hills crumbled and rivers splashed. She lashed the earth with her tail, sending seismic waves that caused earthquakes and a series of explosions that flung the students back into the sky. Surveying the battered club, Rias mocked them for suffering while she remained unscathed. She offered them a choice: give up, admit defeat, and become her slaves and soldiers. She said they could be her pets if they surrendered. The club refused. Zenobia rose and charged at Rias with Exdurandal, but Rias split her power and intercepted the assault with a missile. Rossweiss tried to cast defensive magic, but Rias used Purify to cancel it. Kiba summoned his spirit knights, but Rias sent tremors through the ground to knock them down. Kaneko unleashed Purification, but Rias redirected that power and transferred it to Gasper. Kino summoned a lightning dragon, only to have Rias coat herself in a reflective glaze and send the attack back with doubled intensity. Rias taunted them again, claiming she could repeat her attacks thousands of times and that their stamina was nearly exhausted. She urged them once more to surrender and accept servitude. Doubt began to creep in among the defenders. Aquino admitted to fearing they could not defeat such a powerful dragon and questioned Issei's chances of recovery. Kaneko and Irina agreed that Rias's grasp on Issei's power made her output impossible to match. Zenobia and Kiba complained that their training seemed useless against a foe with so many defenses and varied attacks. Rossweiss and Gasper pointed out that Rias's ability to manipulate the environment let her misdirect and cancel magic, blocking both offense and support. Rias stood atop a shattered tower and shouted for them to admit defeat. She prepared another volley, but a distant voice interrupted. The Occult Research Club turned and saw Sona and the Student Council arriving, ready to join the fight. Rias noted the reinforcements with mild amusement and dismissed them as extra baggage to be handled in the same way. Then Sarorg's group appeared in position, and Rias adjusted her estimate of the opposition. Confident in her godlike control, she told Rias's forces to show what they had and prepared to continue proving her superiority. Saji challenged the enemy and the Student Council sprang into the fight. Issei transformed into a purple tornado and shattered the tower where Rias had been standing, using the wind to fling rubble toward her. Rias fired photon beams at the Student Council, but mirrors appeared in the beams' paths and shattered, reflecting the attacks back with twice the intensity. From Sarorg's side, Ladora dampened the offensive aura of Rias's draconic form while Regulus dashed forward and bit into the dragon, forcing Rias to contend with faster, coordinated assaults. Rias taunted that these opponents were more entertaining than Rias's Peerage and welcomed the challenge. The Student Council and Sarorg's Peerage continued their barrage, keeping Rias off balance. Meanwhile, Tsubasa moved to the fallen members of the Occult Research Club carrying extra bottles of Phoenix Tears. Ravel had supplied both teams with additional vials, knowing she would not be present when they faced the first line of defense. Aquino was the first to sit up and she thanked Tsubasa for the aid. Aquino expressed her gratitude and Tsubasa explained that they had managed the regeneration of plant monsters and flying creatures by targeting every spawning base they could find, but those threats had vanished when a green dragon rose from the ground. Tsubasa noted that the entire battlefield seemed to have shifted. Aquino then explained to Tsubasa that the witch's true objective had been to tap into Issei and absorb his powers. Once the witch had obtained Issei's power, she transformed into a massive dragon with the ability to manipulate the universe. Rias and Asia were currently attempting to recover Issei, but until they could defeat the dragon and return the power to Issei, there was little else they could do. Tsubasa studied the dragon and assessed the danger. She warned that Issei's sacred gear housed one of the most potent life forces, and if it remained in the wrong hands, it could cause enormous destruction. Fortunately, she added, Rias's universe was isolated from Earth, Heaven, and Hell, which limited the broader impact. Tsubasa proposed a plan. Because the dragon had not fully learned the abilities of Sarorg's Peerage and the Student Council, they could exploit surprise and randomness. If all attackers varied their techniques and sequences, the dragon would be unable to predict and counter every move. Aquino considered Tsubasa's point, acknowledging that the student council's unfamiliar defense techniques had allowed them to harm the witch, and noting that Serorg's group also possessed unknown abilities. Aquino admitted doubt about being able to provide much more support, since the dragon knew their attacks already. Tsubasa urged that they needed everyone's help. She warned that once the dragon fully understood their defenses, she might alter the battlefield again and render their tactics useless. Aquino rallied the survivors to join Tsubasa and the others in pressing the attack, but two did not respond. Tsubasa and Aquino called out to Rias and Asia, demanding to know what was wrong and urging them to return to the battle. Rias and Asia ignored them and continued trying to revive Issei, desperately calling his name as he lay motionless. Aquino and Tsubasa rushed over to pull them back, but a blinding red light erupted from Issei's body, momentarily overwhelming everyone and enveloping Rias and Asia before vanishing as suddenly as it had appeared. Aquino and Tsubasa were stunned. Rias and Asia, disoriented, found themselves floating in a strange dimension that resembled none of the worlds they had known. The sky shimmered with shifting colors and bubbles drifted overhead. Rias recognized that she was suspended in midair and heard a familiar voice nearby. Rias identified the voice as Asia's and found that Asia was also floating beside her. Neither remembered how they had arrived. The last clear memory was trying to recover Issei. They soon felt a heavy impact as they were deposited onto hard, barren ground. Rias rose and scanned the empty landscape. Wherever she looked, only a desolate plain met her eyes. Rias guessed that the witch had sent them into another dimension, perhaps a version of Dimension Lost, isolating them in a featureless expanse. Asia suggested they look for help, assuming they were not the first to arrive here. The two began walking. After a few steps, the earth trembled and cracked. A dragon burst from the ground, red and adorned with crystalline scales that looked oddly familiar. Rias recognized elements of its appearance and concluded that this was no ordinary dragon. It had to be the Sekirei. The dragon spoke and identified itself as Draig, one of the heavenly dragons and the main power source of Issei Height. Draig inferred that Rias was the Gremmery witch known to him and addressed her with an embarrassing nickname. Rias blushed at the mention of the unwelcome title. Draig then turned to Asia and made an awkward comment about an old nickname she had carried from other encounters. Asia reacted with confusion to the awkward remark. Rias tried to steer the conversation away from the embarrassing nicknames and back to the situation at hand. Rias wondered where they were. All around them there was only emptiness. Draig explained that he had brought them here and that this place was the inside of Issei's boosted gear, a sacred gear that unusually contained its own dimension because Draig was sealed within it. Draig led them farther in and revealed the reason he had brought Asia and Rias. A vampire device was attacking the boosted gear and draining Issei's life. Draig said he could not gather enough power to eliminate it from inside, and as long as the device remained within Issei, Issei would not be able to recover. Asia asked what would happen if they did not remove it, and Draig warned that the device was slowly sapping Issei's life and they had to hurry. Determined, Rias and Asia followed Draig. A visible, winding trail appeared under their feet. As they walked, scenes and memories bloomed on either side of the path. On the left, a young Issei played with toy blocks. Rias felt a surge of tenderness toward the small child and wanted to reach out to him. On the right, another memory showed Issei listening to a stranger's tale on the street, a moment that spoke to the odd experiences that had shaped him. Further ahead, Asia pointed out another Issei wandering through a different memory, and Rias chuckled at the impression of youthful curiosity. Warmer colors like red and orange began to tint the sky as the sense of nearing Issei's core grew stronger. They came upon a diorama resembling a school corridor. Inside it, Issei and his friends were shown conspiring to cause a harmless prank. The scene felt awkward and immature, and later it resolved into an embarrassing but ultimately harmless outcome when other students arrived. Asia reacted with frustration at how thoughtless the prank had been, and Rias offered a sympathetic smile. They continued along the trail and found a quiet, domestic memory. Issei had returned from a tiring day and painted a portrait to lift his spirits. The art teacher had admired his technique, but jealousy from classmates ruined the moment and his plans were dashed. Issei was shown quietly washing away the fatigue of the day, hoping for another chance. Someone then appeared in that memory to check on Issei and offer support. Akino was present and suggested helping him through his troubles, even offering to pose for a portrait to encourage him. The mood was tender and meant to be comforting, but as the memory intensified it became unstable. The diorama suddenly destabilized and exploded, collapsing into a small crater of light. Asia turned to see Rias, whose aura flared in a burst of crimson energy. Rias made it clear that Issei did not need to retain the memory that had just broken apart and demanded an explanation from those involved. The atmosphere snapped taut as they prepared to confront what had been revealed and to find the vampire device at the heart of the boosted gear. Asia teased Rias, smiling as she suggested Rias had left Issei unresponsive for 4 hours after Asia returned home with a present. As they moved down the trail, Rias and Asia found more dioramas depicting moments from Issei's life. One showed Issei climbing a mountain with a heavy load, another showed him at a karaoke box with Asia and other classmates, and both of them lingered over a diorama of Issei's mother sharing photo albums with everyone. They soon approached a ring of dark clouds that seemed out of place in the otherwise calm atmosphere. Drake explained that they had reached the central part of this world, where Issei's soul was located. He warned that the dark clouds indicated a problem and that he suspected the vampire device had something to do with it. Rias moved without hesitation and led Asia into the clouds. After several footsteps, they found a dormant soul before them. Issei's spirit seemed to be miraculously shut down. Asia asked what was happening, but Rias did not know. Dark ghosts circled the soul, chanting and sending corrosive thoughts at it. Drake followed and explained what he had learned. The dark ghosts were keeping Issei's soul asleep by saturating it with negative thoughts and siphoning life from it. If they could find a way to energize Issei's soul, he might wake and defend himself against the ghosts. Rias instructed Asia to use her healing powers to restore Issei's energy, and Asia agreed. As Asia prepared, the ghosts intensified their attack. They claimed Issei for themselves and accused Asia of collusion and betrayal in an attempt to unnerve her. Asia grew dizzy from the onslaught but protested that she stood with Issei and that their allies were on their side. Rias countered by dispersing many of the ghosts with spheres of her power of destruction, but more kept appearing, some even turning their attention to Rias with taunts about past attachments. Rias tracked the source of the reappearing ghosts and found the main culprit, a red globe that she recognized as the vampire device Drake had mentioned. Rias told Asia to keep working on Issei's soul while she tried to destroy the globe. Asia focused on reviving Issei as the ghosts contorted themselves menacingly to intimidate her, but she closed her eyes and persisted. Rias launched a barrage of power of destruction spheres at the red globe, but it did not budge. Drake tried to strike it. The globe flashed and weakened him, reminding him that being linked to Issei's soul left him vulnerable. He passed along an important warning that the globe was protected by a magical force field, and that they needed to break that first. Rias intensified her attacks, but the globe retaliated by sending stronger waves of hateful messages and a new tide of ghosts. The spirits hurled accusations that Issei had pledged himself to another and leveled cruel personal lies meant to wound Rias. The globe also unleashed blinding flashes and hurled metal debris at Rias to disrupt her aim. The ghosts continued to taunt and belittle her, insisting their defenses were unending and that she was wasting her energy. Pushed almost to her limit, Rias gathered herself into a blazing sphere of destructive power and struck. Her attack shattered the force field protecting the red globe, but the globe immediately activated a secondary defense by hardening and shedding its outer layer into fragments to reveal another layer beneath. The globe seemed to mock them with the appearance of regenerating panels, as if built of many layers that constantly replenished themselves. Rias kept dodging the ghosts and attacking the globe, which continued to recover and to send more hostile spirits. Then the atmosphere shifted. The clouds flashed between black and white. Rias saw that Asia's efforts were beginning to show results. Issei's soul gave a faint twitch, a sign of awakening. Rias urged Asia to continue, telling her that the ghosts and the device were starting to fall apart. Encouraged, Issei pressed on despite the increasing barrage of spectral weapons and debris. As Issei's soul moved more, the globe became frantic and launched a variety of assaults every second, including dark energy and fire-like bursts and a harsh static that rattled the air. Rias heard Issei cry out and called out encouragement, reminding her to hang on. Issei pushed forward through the onslaught. The clouds flashed, the attacks intensified, and the static grew louder, but they did not waver. At last, circulation of data and energy began within Issei's soul. As Issei's soul slowly reclaimed control of his body, Rias and Issei noticed it forming an invisible shield that repelled the ghosts. The red globe, realizing it had lost control, lashed out in vengeance. It hurled hundreds of spirits at them, twisted gravity to toss Rias and Issei into the air and sideways, and opened several voids that threatened to swallow them. The assault felt overwhelming, but the scene played like intense, high-energy anime combat rather than anything truly grotesque. When the globe fired a red beam aimed at Issei's soul, flames crept across its surface. Rias and Issei turned and found Drake standing behind them. Drake explained that thanks to their actions he had regained some of his power, though it would not last while the globe remained active. He urged Rias to destroy the core before it could reassert control over Issei. He added that his fire had burned away many of the globe's outer layers, but they would regenerate unless the core was struck quickly. Rias committed to the strike. She gathered her strength and formed a large extinguishing star to hurl at the red globe. The globe tried to regrow layers to absorb the attack, but Drake's flame incinerated the regenerating portions. As Rias's assault hit the red globe, the surrounding ghosts dissipated and the dark clouds fragmented into pixels. A chorus of shattering noises filled the air as the globe began to break apart. Before the globe vanished completely, it emitted eerie parting taunts. The globe's disembodied voice insisted that Grias was the life and power source of its world, warned that attempting to defeat Grias would be fatal, threatened that the whole world and all their friends would collapse, and promised eternal regret for opposing it. Then the red sphere disintegrated in a blast of light that briefly blinded Rias and Issei. When they recovered, they found themselves back in a familiar place and heard many voices calling their names. The members of the occult research club surrounded them, concerned and relieved. Aquino informed them that they had been unconscious for over 30 minutes and that everyone had feared the worst. Rias appeared confused and wondered if they had simply been in a vivid dream. Issei said she had felt the same. Rias and Issei kept the details of their encounter with Drake and the boosted gear to themselves. An explosion cut through the relief. They looked toward the noise and saw members of the student council and Rias Peerage falling. Saji landed to the right and Sona to the left. Both looked unwell. Grias landed atop a nearby hill and laughed triumphantly. Grias proclaimed that the others had been made permanent residents of her world and mocked the occult research club before preparing another attack. Rias and Aquino rushed to Sona, while Kiba and Kaneko hurried to Saji. Sona reported that they had been overwhelmed. She explained that the green dragon had rapidly adapted to their powers and found counters. When Saji transformed into a purple tornado, the dragon used light and clean winds to wash away the dark energy and nullify the attack. She manipulated the direction of attacks to bypass Tsubasa's mirror defenses. She struck from behind once their defenses faltered, and her control of water created conduits for electrical currents while thorn-like plant constructs arose to restrain and drain them. Rias turned to where Rias lay under Rossweisseville's care and learned that the group had been unable to stop the dragon either. Rias's defenses had been turned back on him by a twister and gravity manipulation, forcing his own energy to collapse inward. As the Occult Research Club, the Student Council, and Rias's group regrouped to plan a renewed strategy, Grias strode forward, full of pride. Grias taunted them about running out of tricks and announced an intention to demonstrate her power. Flames of an otherworldly color ignited near her mouth as she prepared a massive attack she called Celestial Net. The group braced, but after several tense moments nothing struck them. Grias looked down in confusion as she realized her power was draining unexpectedly, despite the globe's supposedly unbreakable security and redundancy. Red light flared in the sky. Grias saw another dragon ascending, bearing a form similar to her own but with inverted colors. Rias ranted that the dragon was supposed to be her SLV and demanded obedience. The assembled students and fighters recognized the red dragon immediately as Issei. Rias watched with relief as Issei's dragon form powered up now that the red globe was no longer restraining him. Rias ordered Issei to obey, still convinced he was under her control, but the red dragon reacted instead. It lunged at Rias in swift, precise strikes, and Rias responded by trying to bind the dragon to the ground. The dragon burned through its restraints, rose into the air, and unleashed a barrage of green, jewel-like shards that struck around Rias. Rias fretted that the globe's systems should have prevented this outcome, that the multiple layers of security should have stopped any failure. The sound that came from the red dragon after that was nothing but guttural, triumphant noises, an indignant roar that drowned out Rias's protests. Now that she was aware the red globe had been destroyed, Rias sought alternative tricks to bring the red dragon down. Rias used her powers to alter the dream world's environment and make it inhospitable for Issei and the red dragon. The red dragon roared and thrashed, firing fireballs erratically. Rias taunted everyone, claiming that because her power had come from Issei she could use the same attacks and would simply weaken him until she could implant another, stronger red globe to secure total domination and strip them of their freedom. Saji, who wielded the dragon Vritra in his sacred gear, also felt the effect. He reported that he was in pain but likely not receiving the full force of the attack because he was farther from Rias. He worried that Issei, who was closer, was receiving a much stronger dose. Sona asked after Saji, and he confirmed he was managing despite the pain and that the green dragon was once again playing dirty tricks. Sona observed the two dragons and noted that the green dragon was fighting Issei in a different style than she had used against Rias, Serorg, Sona, and their peerages. Where Rias had previously learned and countered their techniques, she was not adapting in the same way against Issei. Rias thought that the destruction of the red globe explained Rias's behavior. From Draig's words, Rias must have been siphoning Issei's energy through the red globe. With that source cut, Rias was struggling to restore the connection. She was no longer learning Issei's attacks and refining defenses, she was trying instead to suppress him as quickly as possible. Rias believed Rias's energy might soon run out. Rias urged Issei not to worry and reminded him that they had faced worse situations. She told him that the witch was weakened by her loss of control and that he could defeat her. Asia added that Issei's body was no longer controlled by Rias. The red dragon cried out boosts repeatedly and glowed with a deep, increasing red as his power surged. Rias pretended to retain the upper hand and argued that even though she had lost the connection to Issei's energy, she knew how to make the most of her remaining power. She boasted that Issei would waste his energy and that she could still restrain and defeat him. The red dragon vanished in an instant, using speed to pierce the harsh anti-dragon aura. Rias tried to track his movement until she suddenly felt herself pushed up. Looking down, she discovered the red dragon had grabbed her tail, swung her around, and flung her aside. Rias crashed through several unfinished houses in the fields. Rias was baffled, noting that the anti-dragon aura should have prevented such maneuvers, but she refused to concede. She used her power to increase gravity and air density, making movement difficult for everyone. Rias and the others felt their weight increase and found it harder to move as Rias aimed to hamper the red dragon's navigation and prepare a capture. Rias smiled and reiterated that even limited energy could be used to restrain them and that surrender would come soon. Unaware of how close the red dragon was closing in, she only noticed when his aura intensified. She reshaped her dragon body to be more aerodynamic and darted away from his reach. Rias then fired a series of black fireballs into the air. The first struck the red dragon, though the later ones missed, and she laughed at what she assumed was his injury. She declared Issei's rebellion over and moved in with a laser lasso to secure him, thinking he had malfunctioned. The sounds she thought were groans clarified into repeated shouts to boost, and Rias misinterpreted them as suffering. Suddenly the red dragon seized her, and she realized her attack had not incapacitated him. She planned to land more black fireballs, confident she still had energy to finish him. Before she could act, The red dragon threw Rias to the ground. Dazed from the impact, Rias's gravity alteration began to fluctuate wildly. Rias and the others were carried up and down as gravity destabilized. The red dragon intercepted Rias before she could restore the harsher environment and threw her back into the sky, launching a volley of fireballs and sending wyvern fairy knights after her to keep her aloft. Rias was held in the air by the formations of fairy knights while the red dragon pressed his advantage, using precise, powerful bursts of flame and aerial maneuvers rather than brutal force. The battle became a sequence of swift, high-energy exchanges, Rias countered with environmental distortions and aimed attacks, and the red dragon responded with speed and coordinated strikes. The scene played out like a dramatic aerial duel, each move choreographed and intense but free of graphic injury. As the encounter continued, it became clear that Rias's ability to maintain the oppressive environment was faltering. Her energy reserves were stretched thin by the constant modifications, and she showed growing signs of strain. The red dragon, fueled by support and his own surging power, kept up the pressure, determined to prevent Rias from regaining control. A tense pause followed as both sides readied for the next decisive exchange. After a few divide attacks, the knights moved aside to let the red dragon deliver one final blow. Rias landed on the ground battered and unconscious, unable to manipulate the environment anymore. Rias tried to tell herself she was better than the dragon and that she could recover, but it was too late. The dragon erupted from the ground and catapulted Rias into the sky. Rias and the others were unprepared for what followed. The Occult Research Club and everyone else watched as Rias flew higher and higher until she vanished from sight. Rias assumed Issei, in his red dragon form, had finally defeated Rias by launching her far away. After a brief moment of relief, large cracks began to form across the sky. The fissures spread and joined until a hole opened above them. Rias peered at the hole and, shocked, recognized it as a dimensional gap. She warned that harmful forces might pour into the dream world and judged the collapse to be a countermeasure planned by the witch. Sona urged Rias to look higher. The hole widened, revealing the aftermath of Rias after she had crossed into the dimensional gap. Outside the dream world, Rias could not recharge or strengthen herself. The favorable effects of the dream environment had faded and her powers diminished. Rias watched as Rias struggled to swim back toward the dream world and managed to change her trajectory, but something else intercepted her path. Rias heard a gulp and realized Great Red, the massive dragon that dwelled in the dimensional gap, had arrived. Great Red swallowed Rias before she could reach the dream world and then swam away. Rias froze for a moment while others began to cheer. Asia celebrated that they had defeated the green dragon, and Zenobia and Irina joined the cheer. Kaneko applauded Issei for his effort, and Aquino expressed admiration for how Issei had handled the threat. The boosted gear announced its closing remark, declaring reset. The red dragon reverted back into Issei, who fell to the ground. Rias rushed to Issei and was relieved to see him return, though she found him unconscious. Drake reassured her that Issei had simply expended too much energy to defeat the witch and would recover with time. Rias hugged the unconscious Issei, grateful he was alive. Earthquakes began to shake the world. Serg and Sona looked up to find the hole in the sky growing larger, with additional breaches appearing elsewhere. Saji watched as mountains, rivers, and valleys began to disintegrate into powder, and the tower and altar used for the ritual crumbled in the same way. Soon the dream world was raining pixels, the remnants of the sky and gaping holes opened in the ground, exposing the dimensional gap beneath their feet. Serorg worried that the world was collapsing in on itself. Sona analyzed the situation and concluded that the destruction came from a self-destruct mechanism triggered by the green dragon. A voice echoed from the dimensional gap, taunting them. The voice declared that they had been clever enough to defeat the creature's body but had overlooked her role in the dream world. It claimed to be the force that controlled nature and maintained the world's stability and warned that without it the world would fall apart, inviting them to face the consequences and die with the realm. The earthquakes intensified, but the turmoil revealed a blue light, the same portal that had brought them into the dream world. Sona called everyone to the exit and urged haste before the world collapsed. Ravel was the first to reach the light and stepped through, followed by Rossweisseville's peerage entered next, one by one, with Regulus and Serorg leaving last among their group. As the student council moved toward the portal, the dream landscape deteriorated further. The ground buckled, more terrain eroded into pixels, and the pixel rain increased, sending chunks of the world crashing down around the remaining members. Sona pushed everyone to hurry. Buno and Benya reached the light, then Momo. Saji arrived afterward and allowed Sona, Tsubasa, and the others to enter the portal before following on his own. With most of their allies gone, the Occult Research Club found the path to the blue light treacherous. The ground had eroded into floating pixels, forcing them to rely on flight. Kiba, Gasper, and Kaneko headed to the light next, then Zenobia and Irina. Aquino and Asia prepared to enter but searched for Rias and found her far behind, attempting to carry Issei toward the exit. Aquino and Asia pleaded for Rias to toss Issei to them and hurry, promising they could all exit together, but Rias was too far away to hear. The harmful effects of the dimensional gap began to take hold. Aquino and Asia could no longer endure and were pulled into the blue light. Rias felt the same pressure and knew the dream world was almost gone. Despite the pain, she pressed on, determined to bring Issei with her. Rias vowed she would not leave Issei and made one final leap toward the blue light while holding him. The portal dimmed and then vanished before she could reach it. With her only exit closed, Rias accepted that the world around them had been sealed off and prepared to embrace whatever came next. She felt peace with her decision and remained at Issei's side as the dream world unraveled. Vowed they would live the rest of their lives together and die in peace, certain that as long as they were together nothing else mattered. The ground beneath Rias suddenly gave way. As she fell toward the dimension gap, she held on tightly to Issei, determined not to be separated from him, and she believed they were falling to their deaths until something broke their descent. Rias felt the impact and, in the scramble, realized Issei had slipped from her grasp. Panic flared until she noticed she had landed on something familiar. A distant voice called to her, and she followed it to find Issei unconscious on the ground. Drake explained that the creature beneath her was Great Red, the immense dragon known as the DXD of everything. Great Red had known about the dream world disturbance and prepared for it. Drake said that after Issei had been used to knock the witch into Great Red's territory, the dragon had agreed to take care of the threat. Rias learned that it had been Drake, using Issei's body, who finished the confrontation. When Rias had destroyed the red globe inside Issei, Drake had felt a surge of power and taken control long enough to end the witch's influence. Asia had helped awaken Issei's soul, though it was not fully recovered at first. Once Issei's soul came back online, Drake withdrew and told Rias to leave the rest to the real Issei. Behind Great Red, the last traces of Griaz's dream world faded away until only small hills and sheds remained, and the tower footprint and entrance area were gone. While Great Red carried them toward their destination, Rias felt movement beneath her and watched Issei stir. He groggily recounted the strange dream he had experienced, hostile ghost-like thoughts trying to drain him, and Asia and Rias emerging as true heroes. Asia had used her sacred gear to tend to his wounds while Rias went to the source of the ghosts and destroyed it. He could not understand why he had such a dream under Griaz's spell if Griaz did not want him to return to Rias. Rias embraced him, relief washing over her. Issei blinked up at her, still drowsy, and asked what was happening. Rias answered that she had come because she regretted the way she had treated him. She admitted she had been too focused on improving her resort and had not understood how much he was suffering. Issei reflected on what had happened. At first the additional duties and heavy workload had felt like a challenge, but praise and rewards always went to the favorites while he received harsh penalties and fines. He felt the head handyman repeatedly ignored his efforts and treated him unfairly. Rias listened as Issei explained that he had sought relief elsewhere when the situation became unbearable, and that when Sona's institute no longer let him return, the dream world had seemed like a kinder place. Rias acknowledged her mistake. She had trusted the head handyman's evaluation and had viewed Issei's struggles as room for improvement rather than a cry for help. She admitted she should have questioned the reports and reached out instead of allowing him to suffer under increasingly severe punishments. A brief pause passed as both of them absorbed what had been said, the dragon's presence a steady weight beneath them. Then they turned their thoughts to waking Issei fully and to whatever came next. She had believed the head handyman's lies about Issei being an incompetent worker. Rias, absorbed in improving the resort, had often ignored pleas for help from her peerage and had dismissed the head handyman's abuses as discipline and methods to improve Issei. It was only after the missing evil pieces incident at Sona's party that Rias finally realized the head handyman had gone too far with Issei. Rias reassured Issei that he no longer had to worry about that man. She explained that the person who had applied as head handyman had seemed perfect on paper, but after Issei left, Rias discovered the truth. The man had been lazy, careless, and had been training his crew to gamble instead of working. He had refused to accept Rias's decision, blamed Issei for his own failures, and even displayed aggressive behavior. After seeing how far his abuses had gone, Rias had put an end to his control and removed him permanently from the position. Issei reflected that visiting Rias's dream world had helped. At least Rias had finally seen how badly the head handyman had acted. Without Issei around, the man had shown he did not know how to properly maintain or clean the resort, and his poor performance had been obvious. Rias produced the wooden box that Sona had given her earlier and opened it to reveal the 8 evil pawn pieces that had belonged to Issei. She asked Issei to become her pawn again and begged for a second chance, promising to be more attentive and to help him in any way possible. Issei made his condition clear. He would return to being her pawn only if she promised not to ignore his pleas for help and to acknowledge his efforts. Rias agreed. All 8 evil pawn pieces then flew out of the box, glowing red, and returned to Issei one by one. When the last piece settled back into place, Rias embraced him warmly and welcomed him back. Issei wondered aloud about what would happen next, whether they would all return to Japan and what would become of Rias's resort. Rias said she was planning a second opening ceremony. The resort had been under renovation since the conflict with the former head handyman and would soon be ready for operation. Issei reacted with surprise and concern at the idea of another resort, asking whether it would be any different from the first, which had caused so many problems. Rias responded that she had learned from her mistakes and planned to prioritize service over advertising. She made it clear that she would not exploit her team to attract customers and that decisions would be made with input and votes rather than unilaterally. Rias went on to explain that one crucial role for the new resort was the head handyman, who would be responsible for the building's structure and systems: water, electricity, cooking equipment, and plumbing. Without a competent head handyman, she feared the new resort could face the same failures as before. Issei understood the importance of the position. With the previous tenant removed after the confrontation, Rias was already considering a replacement. Issei asked whether there would be a hiring process, hopeful that a new head handyman might bring better working conditions but wary that the replacement could be similar to the old one. Rias replied that there would be no open hiring process because she already had someone in mind from among her current staff who was ready to take on the role. If that person needed additional help, Rias would give permission to hire more assistants. Before Issei could guess who it might be, Great Red prepared to descend to Rossweisseville on Earth, and everyone including the student council and Rias Peerage gathered to meet them. It had been several days since Issei returned to Rossweisseville. A large crowd gathered before a podium that blocked the entrance to the newly rebuilt Gremory Gala, waiting for Rias to deliver the dedication speech for the resort. The entire property had been redesigned from the ground up and bore little resemblance to its previous incarnation. The floor plan had changed. The front desk now had additional entrances, and the artificial pond remained but had been moved to the left side with outdoor chairs and tables arranged nearby. Rias stepped to the podium and greeted the audience. She acknowledged the troubles her resort had faced in the past, apologized for her mistakes, and explained that she had learned from them. She announced that she would entrust day-to-day management to a new face to bring fresh ideas and a renewed culture to the resort. Rias said she would remain president in title but intended to take time for additional training at the Issei Institute of Defense to improve her leadership and her care for her peerage. Ajuka Beelzebub had reinstated Rias's privilege of owning peerage, and Rias planned to receive personal guidance from Sona and Serorg at Issei so she could better manage her pieces and cope with pressure that had led to past poor judgments. Rias introduced Vice President Aquino Himejima as acting president and stepped down. The crowd applauded as Aquino took the podium. Aquino outlined the resort's offerings: conference and presentation rooms of various sizes for business needs, therapy sessions and spiritual enrichment facilities aimed at relaxation and rejuvenation, an entertainment complex with a casino, arcade and exercise facilities, and a newly established indoor amusement park called the Amusemidrome at the rear of the resort, complete with water slides, carnival rides, and 3 roller coasters. She also announced a range of dining options to suit different tastes. Aquino promised service and accommodations tailored to a wide variety of guests. The announcement stirred excitement. Some in the crowd hoped for more appearances by the staff, though the Occult Research Club had promised to limit such events. Asia, Irina, Zenobia, and Gasper remained eager to help with room service. Once the podium was moved aside, the resort officially opened and guests poured in to explore. Many headed straight for the Amusemidrome, where long lines formed at the 3 major roller coasters and riders queued for the water slides. A 3D motion simulator offered a sensational trip through a stylized underworld, and a family-friendly section with gentle rides drew parents who photographed their children's startled but delighted reactions. Aquino, laughing and eager, strapped into the front seat of one of the roller coasters to test it for safety, enjoying the speed and twists. When the ride ended, she intended to ride again, but she was intercepted by Kiba and Kaneko, who reported trouble back at the office. Kiba explained that someone was causing a scene and Kaneko added that the guest was wrecking the office. Aquino set off with them. Inside the office, the guest was hurling chairs, papers, and supplies. Ravel attempted to calm him but only drew more erratic behavior. The guest ranted that the therapy facilities were useless and accused the resort's spiritual materials of being harmful. He demanded something that catered solely to him and threatened to make trouble until he got it. Aquino moved forward and assessed the situation, speaking firmly to explain that the resort could not accommodate abusive behavior and that he was too unwell to remain. The guest escalated, trying to provoke a confrontation. To prevent anyone from being harmed, Aquino activated a gentle restraint technique that produced a harmless burst of sparks and energy in an anime-style display, which stunned the man and left him unable to continue. Ravel and the other staff quickly secured him and escorted him out of the office. With the disturbance handled, the staff took a moment to restore order. The resort resumed its opening activities, guests returning to the attractions and staff attending to the scattered debris while the Amusemidrome filled with laughter and the hum of a successful new beginning. Kiba gave Kaneko the cue. Kaneko agreed and handled the rude guest with swift, dramatic force, sending him tumbling out of the resort and out of sight. The guest fled quickly, vowing revenge as he ran. With the disgruntled guest gone, Aquino surveyed the mess he had left behind and fretted that she could not conduct business in a place like that. Kiba suggested calling the head handyman, and Aquino did so. Shortly after, Kongo Kuruma arrived at the door, reminding everyone that he only had 30 minutes left in his shift and asking them to be quick. Aquino explained that room 298 had been torn apart and asked for help. Kongo set to work as fast as he could. He cleared the room haphazardly, accidentally, discarding several important documents and leaving a bag of trash in the hallway. For the damaged wall, he smoothed out recycled paper, taped it in place, and painted over it so the repair would blend in. He propped broken furniture with Aquino's favorite books to make it appear usable, gave the room a quick vacuum, and rushed for the clocking machine in the handyman quarters, intending to clock out before the end of his shift. Just as Kongo thought he could leave, the head handyman stepped in and blocked his path, revealing a red dragon arm and making it clear no one under him could declare the job complete until it truly was. Kongo protested that it was time for him to go, promising to finish the work on Tuesday, but the head handyman insisted there would be no leaving until it was done. Begrudgingly, Kongo crawled back into Aquino's office to keep working. The head handyman was Issei. When Rias had promoted him to that position, many of the other handymen had been furious, arguing that Kongo, who had always been ranked first under the previous head handyman, should have succeeded to the role. Some suspected Rias had shown favoritism. To settle the dispute, Rias administered a simple test to all interested handymen: changing a light bulb. Issei was the only one who completed the task perfectly. Others either dropped the bulb or had no idea what to do. As Issei watched Kongo continue his work, Irina clung to his side and reported an emergency. A pressure line had ruptured and there was a leak in the boiler room. Issei assigned Moral Lichikin, the second most favored servant of the old head handyman, to handle the repair. Moral struggled to locate the leak and initially tried to downplay the problem, but he eventually performed a rushed, unsafe fix, wrapping the area with a scrap of metal, some cables, and glue rather than shutting down the boiler and replacing the pipes. The makeshift patch caused a dent to appear on the ceiling when pressure shifted. Realizing the shoddy repair could cause trouble, Moral attempted to slip away, but Zenobia stepped forward with her sword drawn and prevented his departure, reminding everyone that no one was to leave until their work was finished, per Issei's orders. Chastened, Moral returned to correct his mistakes. Zenobia then reported that the grill at Millikas Grill was malfunctioning. Issei dispatched someone to investigate. One problem after another arrived at his door. Club members flagged issues every few minutes, and although Issei sent workers to handle them, many of the fixes were poor and required him to send them back or to repair the work himself. Task after task fell on him until exhaustion finally caught up with him, and he collapsed into a therapy room to rest. By the end of the day, Rias returned to the Gremory Gala and walked its halls, admiring the refreshed look of her resort and noting all the facilities. In the middle of a hallway she found a striking mural and recognized its style as Sis. The mural reminded her of the water park painting she had used during an investigation in the dream world. On closer inspection she realized Issei had corrected every detail. The girls around him now had the proper hair and eye colors. The mural showed Rias and Aquino with him on a water slide while Asia, Gasper, Zenobia, and Irina waited at the bottom with refreshments, and Ravel sprayed water at everyone in the background. Rias thought the painting gave the resort a playful, inviting mood that emphasized its theme of fun. As she examined it further she noticed the smell of fresh paint and turned to find Aquino working with a brush on a sketch of Rias by the lake at night. Rias called Aquino's name, and Aquino explained that she had decided to contribute her own artwork to add more color and variety to the resort's collection. Rias welcomed everyone to contribute their art at her resort but insisted that one particular spot was reserved exclusively for her. A fellow club member pointed out that no one had a name on the spot and that it should be first come, first served. Rias decided to paint somewhere else. Rias looked to the left of Issei's painting and found Kaneko and Kuroko working on a mural that celebrated their Nikomata origin. On the other side of the wall, Asia, Zenobia, and Irina were painting a large mural about the power of therapy and spiritual meditation. Ravel was creating a large firebird to hang in the middle of the grand staircase. Kiba carved many sculptures outside, each depicting a person enjoying physical activity from sports to mock battles. Gasper and Valerie hauled statues of famous vampires into the hallways. Rias vowed to get even and make sure her artwork was seen first by everyone who visited the resort. She organized family members, and Surzex, Grafia, and Millikas helped hang banners across the ceiling. Each banner carried symbols and words meant to inspire artistic expression. The pillars and ornamental trims of the resort were stamped with the Gremory family crest. Aquino enjoyed Rias's determination and suggested that they consider Aquino-themed body pillows as a playful amenity. Asia proposed cute, cuddly towels, and Irina recommended window curtains that brought a gentle blessing. Kiba suggested cutlery forged from the best steel, and Kaneko proposed soft, plush blankets like cat fur. As the Occult Research Club offered more ideas for decorations, Rias firmly denied them all and declared that she would decide the resort's theme. Life had never been happier. The following night, Matsuwada and Motohama both heard a voice coming from nowhere. The voice told them to come and find it, saying it knew the place where their dreams could come true and that it was much closer than they thought. The voice added that many awaited their arrival. Matsuwada sat up first, startled and uncertain whether he was dreaming. He told the voice that he was awake and demanded to be shown its source. The voice replied that he was indeed awake and instructed him to go outside and follow the light. Terrified, Matsuwada pleaded not to be frightened and said he only wanted a peaceful life. The The voice reassured him that there was nothing to fear, identifying itself as a wishing star that read wishes and dreams. It explained that minds transmit and receive signals even during sleep, that it had received their requests, and that it intended to show them the realization of their wishes if they followed the light. Matsuwata left his house and found a bright blue spotlight shining into the sky. He believed this to be what the mysterious voice had mentioned and moved toward it. The voice informed him that the blue light marked the location of the wish and urged him to come closer. As Matsuwata continued down the street toward the light, he passed the main entrance of Ku Academy and bumped into someone he knew. Matsuwata recognized Motohama and wondered what he was doing there. Motohama explained that he had heard the same mysterious voice and had been called to follow the light as well. Both of them admitted confusion about what was happening. The voice spoke again, identifying itself as the wishing star that would grant their wishes. It said their wishes regarding people like Shizuri had been strong enough to reach it and promised to show them the way to a paradise it had created. Then the voice fell silent. Still unsure about the concept of a wishing star, Matsuwata and Motohama continued toward the blue spotlight. As they approached, the light grew more intense before suddenly vanishing. Frustrated and suspicious, they accused whoever was behind the light of playing a prank, even suspecting some of their peers might be responsible. They discovered they had been led to an old hilly park just north of Ku, with swings, a few benches, clotheslines, and a large well in the middle. Believing the light to be a prank, they considered going back to sleep. The voice interrupted again and said they were at the entrance and needed one more wish to open the door. Matsuwata and Motohama knelt, and each made a personal wish for a better future. In response, the blue light reappeared, emanating from the well. The voice welcomed them by name. Motohama admitted he felt uneasy, while Matsuwata allowed himself a small measure of hope. As they drew closer to the well, they heard voices calling their names across the night. Matsuwata thought he recognized Shizuri calling to them, and Motohama believed he could hear Tsuruhei calling as well. Convinced, both Matsuwata and Motohama jumped into the well. Shortly afterward, the blue light vanished and the well returned to its abandoned, ordinary state. Some parts of the story found their way into a shared memory, a light-hearted photo opportunity with Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko that briefly lifted the mood even as tensions simmered beneath the surface. Rias pushed her peerage hard to earn extra money, and that pressure left Issei's pain overlooked while the head. Handyman's harsh treatment added another layer of strain. The atmosphere was strained but functional, moments of warmth threaded through fatigue and quiet resentment. When Rias and Asia joined Issei inside the boosted gear, their journey became an inward expedition. The world inside the gear unfolded like a surreal landscape, and together they navigated layered memories and fears. A vast, shadowy presence and embodiment of nightmare and doubt rose to challenge them. Rias, Asia, and Issei confronted it in a flurry of swift, stylized action, bright flashes, resonant strikes, and sweeping energy that scattered the darkness without lingering on injury or gore. Their coordinated effort shattered the red globe planted within Issei, the malign influence dissolving into light. As the last echoes faded, Issei felt a profound calm and clarity settle over him. The experience opened new reserves of strength and understanding, leaving him transformed and better able to face the challenges ahead. The three pulled back into the waking world, changed by what they had overcome together. Issei sent a postcard home. He wrote that he was having so much fun at Rossweisseville and that his plans had changed. He would be staying another month at the Gremory Gala with Rias and her friends. He reassured them that they would all see each other again in the fall when school resumed and signed the card from home. Matsuwata and Motohama turned the postcard over and nearly fainted at the photograph on the other side. The image showed the mural Issei had painted in the halls of the Gremory Gala, depicting Issei with Rias and Akino at a water slide. As they studied the picture, both of them began to cry, overcome by jealousy. Motohama accused Issei of rubbing salt in their wounds and demanded that he show some consideration for his friends. Matsuwata echoed the complaint, saying that whatever Issei had been doing while he was away was making them look bad and that they felt left behind. Shortly after Issei had been promoted to head handyman, he had sent the postcard back to Japan. Although he had tried to explain his change of plans, he had also meant to needle his friends. Matsuwata and Motohama had always ended up with the short end of the stick during their amateur spying escapades. Issei had often missed out, and their jealousy had festered ever since he had become close with Rias. Motohama wondered aloud what the photograph was supposed to mean, whether it was a sign that opportunities like that would never come their way. Matsuwata pointed out that Issei had been photographed very close to Rias and Akino, which only deepened their envy. Matsuwata lamented that their old entertainment and games no longer satisfied them and that nothing felt as exciting as the life Issei was glimpsing. They tried to take their minds off it by loading a saved game. The route they watched ended with the characters pledging to stay together forever, and the screen faded to the title. Matsuwata complained that the route had been too short and wished for more scenes with Shizuri. Motohama admitted that he wished he could be like the game's hero, Miharu, naive and somehow favored by others because the story made it seem so easy for the hero to be surrounded by people who cared for him. He wished their school life could mirror that. Matsuwata asked how Issei had managed to win Rias and Akino's favor and wondered what qualities Issei had that they lacked. Motohama said he did not expect Issei to tell them outright and that they would have to figure it out on their own. Matsuwata went back to the game and voiced a quiet wish for someone who admired their hobbies and shared their interests. Motohama agreed that perhaps they could find such connections in dreams, where anything was possible. They both nodded to the idea and returned to the screen, letting the brief escape soothe their frustration.